Chapter 39-31. A favor. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Long Qingchong's sudden words. After a while, he regained his senses and said with a smile, "Please tell me, sect master. As long as it's within my power, I, Duan Lingtian, won't refuse." Although he had only met Long Qingchong a few times, he still remembered how Long Qingchong had taken care of him before they met for the first time. Now that Long Qingchong wanted a favor, he might as well listen. If it was within his power, he would give it to Long Qingchong. "Come with me to a place first." Long Qingchong smiled and said, "When we arrive, I'll tell you what favor I want from you. Of course, don't be put in a difficult position. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Perhaps Long Qingchong knew that Duan Lingtian was no longer the same as before, but his tone when he spoke to Duan Lingtian was much friendlier compared to the first time they met. Naturally, it was not that he was rude when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was also kind at that time, but not as kind as he was now. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Long Qingchong. As for the two people from Chunyang School, he also sent a message to inform them that he would be there later to leave the Tianlong clan with them. Then, Duan Lingtian followed Long Qingchong to the place where he had seen Long Qingchong in the past. It was also Long Qingchong's residence and cultivation place. Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man was standing in the courtyard and waiting. Although his expression was calm, there was obvious anxiety in his eyes. "Sect Master, who is this?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously after he landed with Long Qingchong. Could the favor Long Qingchong had told him be related to this person? "He's Xuemingji," Long Qingchong said bluntly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when Long Qingchong said the man's name. His pupils constricted. Back then, when the Thousand Devil Sect's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing tried to kill him, he suspected that it was Xuemingji who forced the other party to attack him. As for the two mid-level god emperors, he suspected that they were Xuemingji's handiwork. So it's Vice Sect Leader Xue. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what kind of favor Long Qingchong was talking about. Long Qingchong was most likely trying to resolve the conflict between him and Xuemingji. "Young Master Duan." Hearing the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's tone, Xuemingji's heart trembled. He immediately squeezed out an awkward smile and respectfully greeted Duan Lingtian. "Speak." At this moment, Long Qingchong spoke. He looked at Xuemingji and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xuemingji took a deep breath. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Young Master Duan, the conflict between us started because of my son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuemingji raised his hand. A head appeared in his hand. Looking at the blood stains on the neck, it was obvious that the person had just died. It was the head of a handsome young man. "He's my son-in-law, Zhong Can." At first, Duan Lingtian was still frowning. However, when he heard Xuemingji's words, his expression subtly changed. Although it was his first time meeting Xuemingji, he knew that Xuemingji only had one daughter. Moreover, he loved his only son-in-law, Zhong Can, of the Thousand Demon Sect, had taken great care of him. "I hid it from my daughter and killed him with my own hands. It's because I knew that the appearance of the two mid-divine emperors had something to do with him." Xuemingji looked at Duan Lingtian and said righteously, "Of course, he doesn't have enough wealth to buy the lives of two mid-divine emperors. Behind this is the Thousand Demon Sect. The Thousand Demon Sect hates you because of Kuang Tianjing's death. However, some time ago, I went to the Thousand Demon Sect under the orders of the sect master. I killed all the higher-ups of the Thousand Demon Sect who were related to this matter. Moreover, I killed my son-in-law, Zhong Can, with my own hands. This is also my atonement to you, young Master Duan." After saying that, Xuemingji, the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed 3 times, ignoring the blood flowing from his forehead. "Atonement?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Xuemingji and said, "Deputy sect master Xue, what crime have you committed?" Xuemingji took a deep breath and said, "Kuang Tianjing risked his life to attack young Master Duan in the Tianlong clan. To a certain extent, it was because of my instructions." Hearing Xuemingji's words, Duan Lingtian's face was calm because he had already guessed it. Otherwise, Kuang Tianzhong would not have attacked him in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the two white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect did not have the ability to threaten Kuang Tianzhong. Not to mention that they did not have a deep hatred for Duanling Tian. The relationship between Kuang Tianzhong and Kuang Tianzhong made it impossible for the two white dragon elders to threaten Kuang Tianzhong. Therefore, it could only be Xue Mingji. It seems that Deputy Sect Master Xue really wants me dead, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Young Master Duan, I did that because my son-in-law is Kuang Tianjing's disciple. I was afraid that when you grew up in the future, you would hold a grudge and deal with me while dealing with my son-in-law. Xue Mingji said, I was muddle-headed in this matter. Therefore, I'll kill Zhongkin now and use his death to show my sincerity. I'll sever all ties with the Thousand Demons sect and Kuang Tianzhong. This way, there won't be any conflict between me and you, young Master Duan. Xue Mingji said, Of course, if young Master Duan insists on killing me, I won't say anything. I only hope that young Master Duan will let my daughter go. She was muddle-headed and wanted to deal with you because of Zhong Can. Xue Mingji's gaze softened when he mentioned his daughter. Young Master Duan, if you want me dead, the sect master will give the order after my death and say that Zhong Can and I were involved in hiring assassins to kill you. Duan Lingtian will be exiled, Xue Mingji said. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard this. He then looked at Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, and asked, Sect master, the favor you mentioned earlier, is it his life? Yes. Long Qingchong nodded. Xue Mingji's master, my martial uncle, saved my life in the past. If possible, I hope to save his life as well. It can be considered as repaying my martial uncle for saving my life in the past. Of course, if you insist on killing him, I won't blame you. I only hope that you'll do as he said and let his daughter go. I can guarantee that his daughter won't take revenge on you. Of course, if she takes the initiative to take revenge on you, then she deserves it even if she dies in the future. If you spare this Xue Mingji's life today, I can guarantee that he won't do anything to you in the future. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Long Qingchong said all his thoughts in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered when he heard this. At this instant, Xue Mingji spoke again. Young Master Duan, there's one more thing. In the past, during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, I appeared and sent a voice transmission to threaten you. Young Master Duan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xue Mingji's words. It was you? He still had a deep impression of that threat from back then. However, since Linghu Renjie was fine, he thought it was just a prank. However, after hearing Xue Mingji's words, he knew it was not a prank. However, if it was not a prank, why was Linghu Renjie still alive? Linghu Renjie's soul orb was still in his spatial ring, safe and sound. It was me. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. At that time, my daughter was bewitched by Zhong Can. She said that if you obtained the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, you would be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage very quickly. That's not a good thing for us. Duan Lingtian's expression softened slightly when he heard this. It's nothing. After all, you didn't take any action. You just casually threatened me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, with Xue Mingji's ability, it would be easy for him to kill Linghu Renjie. However, Linghu Renjie was fine, which meant that he was only threatening him and did not take any action. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Xue Mingji shook his head. I took action. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically again. His gaze toward Xue Mingji sharpened in an instant. He could understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with him. However, he could not understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with someone unrelated to him. At the very least, he felt that if it was his enemy, he would not deal with a friend who had no enmity or conflict with him. He could understand what Xue Mingji said earlier, even if it was directed at him. However, what Xue Mingji said now crossed his bottom line. At the same time, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, sighed. He had told Xue Mingji about this before. However, he did not have to say it because it might completely enrage Duan Lingtian. Of course, if Duan Lingtian found out the truth in the future and wanted to settle the score, Xue Mingji would definitely be in trouble. Why didn't you succeed in the end? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as anger rose in his heart. Xuemingji took a deep breath when he heard this. It's because a god emperor intervened. A god emperor? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Xuemingji's words. A moment later, a voice flashed in his mind. He remembered the god emperor who appeared in the Tianlong clan not long after he entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the other party was obviously not an ordinary god emperor. The other party was able to force the Tianlong clan to withdraw the Great Protective Array. This was something that even Jingshu Elder Jinping fan of the Chunyang school might not be able to do without relying on his identity and background. Yes, Xuemingji nodded and immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter. Back then, I made an agreement with a Black Dragon Elder. If he killed Linghu Renjia, I would give him a reward. Who knew that he would die in the Linghu family, killed by a god emperor? Later, that god emperor came to the Tianlong clan and taught me a lesson. However, from what she said, it seemed that she did not care if I dealt with you. She just did not allow me to deal with Linghu Renjia and the Linghu family. And because of that, I vented part of my anger on you. At this point, Xuemingji's face flashed with embarrassment. This god emperor was Linghu Renfeng? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked directly. Chapter 39-32. Young Master Duan, you even know about this? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xuemingji's pupil shrank and he turned pale with fright. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would know who the god emperor expert was. Because according to his investigation, apart from Linghu Renjia, no one in the Linghu family knew that Linghu Renfeng was a god emperor expert. And Duan Lingtian actually knew. I guessed it. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen through Xuemingji's shock and said indifferently. However, his gaze toward Xuemingji was still unfriendly. This Xuemingji actually sent the Black Dragon Elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjia. This had already crossed his bottom line. Sensing Duan Lingtian's increasingly sharp gaze, Xuemingji's face revealed a bitter smile and his gaze dimmed. He saw through Duan Lingtian's intention. I only hope that young Master Duan can spare my daughter. Xuemingji sighed because he could see that the person in front of him had no intention of letting him go. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything to her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What happened next was simple. Xuemingji's hands were tied as he allowed Duan Lingtian to kill him. The Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything because this was one of the two choices he had given Duan Lingtian. Clan leader, I'm sorry. After killing Xuemingji, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong and said apologetically, if he hadn't sent someone to kill Linghu Renjia, I could have done you a favor and spared his life. However, his actions have crossed my bottom line. Even if I pretended to agree to spare his life today, when I have enough power in the future, I will definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian's face was full of apologies. I can understand. Long Qingchong nodded. He didn't blame Duan Lingtian. In fact, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's temper was somewhat similar to Duan Lingtian's. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would also make the same choice. Just leave the rest to me, said Lin Yun. Long Qingchong said, you can leave with Elder Zhan. I only hope that after you go to the Pure Sun sect, you can still remember that there was a sect called the Heavenly Dragon sect that had some connection with you. A faint smile appeared on Long Qingchong's face as he spoke. I won't forget it. I won't forget it, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Following that, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Long Qingchong and went to look for the two elders of Chunyang School. As Duan Lingtian and the two elders of Chunyang School left the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong publicly announced a shocking piece of news. We've investigated the origins of the two middle-level divine emperors who killed Duan Lingtian. Vice clan leader Xuemingji and his son-in-law, Zhong Can, colluded with some people from the Myriad Demon sect to do this. Now, those people from the Myriad Demon sect have been executed, and Xuemingji and Zhong Can have been executed by the Myriad Demon sect. This matter ends here. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. If you're in the Tianlong clan, you must abide by the rules of the Tianlong clan. Don't think that we won't be able to find out that you're the one who did it. Don't take any chances. As Long Qingchong announced the news loudly, his voice spread throughout the Tianlong temple. The entire Tianlong clan was in an uproar. No one had expected that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan would suddenly make such an announcement. The two divine emperor death soldiers who tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the sect are actually related to vice sect leader Shui and the Thousand Demon sect? Heavens, that's a death squad. How will the sect find out who did it? I find it strange too. The sects are too scary. They can even find out about this. While the Tianlong clan was in an uproar, some of the people who had similar ideas because Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the Xinhuang men of sacrifice also dispelled the idea. Within the Tianlong clan, it was impossible for everyone to be on good terms with anyone. Some people also had fellow sect members whom they viewed as mortal enemies, just like how Lu Yin had dealt with Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan before. Normally, it was impossible to make a move on them, but if they could find a death squad, it would be the safest bet. However, after the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, announced the news and executed vice sect leader Shui Mingji, they didn't dare to take any chances. Father, brother Can. Originally, Shui Mingji's daughter was still immersed in the shock of her husband Zhong Ken's sudden disappearance and the sudden shattering of his soul orb, which meant that he was dead. Then, her father Shui Mingji's soul orb shattered, which made her even more shocked and terrified. For a time, she thought that there was something wrong with her husband and father's soul orbs. Until now, when she heard the Tianlong clan leader's voice, she knew that her father and husband were really dead, executed by the sect. What's going on? How could this be? How could the sect know about this? Aren't we the only ones who know about this? Could it be that father's friend betrayed him? It must be him. It must be him. Also, brother Can has nothing to do with this. Why was he also executed? Who can tell me what's going on? Just as Shui Mingji's daughter was puzzled, the people sent by the Tianlong clan leader, Long Qingchong, arrived and directly captured her, taking her away from the Tianlong clan. The clan leader has ordered that Shui Mingji is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Since his daughter didn't know anything, he is to be expelled from the sect and never be accepted again. When Shui Mingji's daughter heard this, she finally came back to her senses. I didn't know anything? Could it be brother Can took the blame for me? Although Duan Lingtian didn't know what happened in the Tianlong clan, he received several messages not long after leaving the Tianlong clan and learned about everything. These messages were from Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, Ding Yin, and Ho Qingning. Because this matter is related to him, they all informed me in a timely manner. Yes, I understand. Duan Lingtian's response was calm and indifferent. This was because he already knew about this before leaving the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he was the first person to know about this other than Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jingshu elder Jinping fan of Chunyang School was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Originally, Duan Lingtian was politely walking side by side with Qin Wuyang behind Jinping fan, but Jinping fan always wanted to chat side by side with him, so he couldn't do anything about it. However, Qin Wuyang always followed behind. He didn't dare to walk side by side with this martial granduncle of his, even though he knew that martial granduncle wouldn't mind. The education he had received since childhood told him that it was a great disrespect. As for Duan Lingtian's behavior, he didn't think much of it. As long as Duan Lingtian didn't become a disciple of the Tianlong clan, he wouldn't be considered to be any different from them in terms of seniority. What do you think? If the Linghu family saw that you gathered 100 million god stones so quickly, what kind of expression would they have? At this moment, Jinping fan was like a playful child, as if he cared more about this matter than Duan Lingtian. They would probably be very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If he didn't know that this elder Jin wasn't young, he would have thought that he was just a child younger than him, who not only liked to cause trouble, but also liked to join in the fun. Should? Only should? Jinping fan frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian said helplessly, of course, they would be very surprised. When Jinping fan heard this, he beamed with joy. That's right. This way, I didn't give you 100 million god stones as a gift for our first meeting in vain. It's equivalent to 100 million god stones. Perhaps they would be even more surprised? As he muttered to himself, Jinping fan's eyes brightened even more. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian really didn't know how to communicate with this elderjin. Why did he feel that this elderjin was like a child who hadn't grown up yet? Duan Lingtian turned slightly to look at Qin Wuyang and asked through voice transmission, Elder Qin, is this elderjin always like this? Also, not really. Qin Wuyang replied through voice transmission, Martial Granduncle is usually quite serious. However, he's more or less the same in front of people he likes and his friends. Martial Granduncle is usually in closed-door cultivation in Chunyang School. Even when he's out in the open, he's usually a man of few words and rarely communicates with others. Therefore, when he's quiet, his temperament is actually no different from a young man's. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out that this was a cultivation maniac who rarely interacted with the outside world. But that's fine too. At the very least, it's not tiring to interact with him, and I don't have to be too rigid about etiquette. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He had to admit that it was quite relaxing to be with this god emperor from Chunyang School. The atmosphere was not solemn and silent. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjia as they approached Linghu City, where the Linghu family resided. Duan Lingtian? Linghu Renjia was surprised to receive Duan Lingtian's message. You've come out of the Emperor Battle Realm? Before Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm, they'd exchanged a few words. Therefore, he knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm. Sect Master, I'll be arriving at Linghu City immediately. Duan Lingtian said to Linghu Renjia. You've come to Linghu City? Linghu Renjia was startled at first, then his expression changed slightly. You left the Tianlong clan so abruptly. Aren't you giving those who want to make a move on you a chance? You're alone? Although Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything about Duan Lingtian's situation in the Tianlong clan, Linghu Renjia knew a little about it through the Linghu family's connections in the Tianlong clan. There were many members of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan, and they weren't any fewer than the Myriad Demon sect. Although Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the members of the Linghu clan, the members of the Linghu clan still knew quite a lot about him. Chapter 39-33. I'm not alone. Hearing the concern and worry in Linghu Renjia's voice, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. He didn't have time to joke with the other party. I came with 2 seniors. Seniors? Linghu Renjia was startled. What seniors? Are they the elders of the Tianlong clan? No, Duan Lingtian said. They are the elders of the Chunyang School. So they are the elders of the Chunyang School. Linghu Renjia subconsciously responded at first. A moment later, when he transmitted again, his tone suddenly changed, full of shock. Are you talking about the Chunyang School, one of the top 5 God Emperor-level forces in Tunglung Province? Yes. Duan Lingtian responded. You are planning to go to the Chunyang School with them? Linghu Renjia was well aware of Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan after he came to the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's growth. Every time he heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battle plane and killed many greater one-sect disciples, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. And when he heard that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the inner sect elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Kuang Tianzheng, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Especially recently, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by 2 God Emperor-level death soldiers in the Tianlong Temple, and 2 middle-level God Emperor-level death soldiers at that, he was even more frightened. 2 middle-level God Emperor-level death soldiers. He could imagine how much danger Duan Lingtian had faced at that time. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had escaped again, he still couldn't calm down from the fear in his heart for a long time. Of course, Linghu Renjia also heard that the top 5 God Emperor-level forces in Tunglung Province had extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. He knew that Duan Lingtian would join one of them sooner or later. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to Linghu City and the Linghu family, there were 2 people from the Chunyang School with him. It seemed that he was also planning to leave the Tianlong clan. I'll come out to welcome you. After Linghu Renjia said those words, he flew out from the Linghu clan's mansion. After that, he loudly shouted and his voice spread throughout the entire Linghu clan's mansion. Elders, follow me to welcome the 2 seniors from the Pure Sun sect. Chunying School. Even though Linghu Renjie was no longer the head of the Linghu family, when they heard that people from the Chunying School were coming, all the Linghu family elders' pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with disbelief as they followed him out. Based on their understanding of Linghu Renjie, they knew that Linghu Renjie wouldn't speak without thinking. Chunying School? Could it be the Chunying School, one of the top 5 God Emperor-level forces in Tungling Province? It should be the Chunying School. Although the Chunying School and the Tianlong clan are both God Emperor-level forces, in terms of status, the Tianlong clan can't compare. Why would the big shots from there come to our Linghu family? At the same time, the other members of the Linghu family were also shocked. The people of Linghu City. On this day, a group of people could be seen flying out from the Linghu family's residence, then flying in the opposite direction of Linghu City. Not long after, this group of people formed a line outside Linghu City, with Linghu Renjie at the head. Hero, why would the seniors from the Chunying School come? Now, it wasn't just the ordinary elders of the Linghu family who had arrived. Even the ancestors of the Linghu family, such as Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Hong, and Linghu Huan, had arrived. The person who asked Linghu Renjie was Linghu Zhengxing. They came back with Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie sighed and said, Duan Lingtian will be going to the Chunying School with the 2 seniors soon. I really didn't expect that the little guy who performed so well in our Linghu family back then would be going to a big shot like the Chunying School today. As Linghu Renjie's voice fell, the eyes of Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Hong, and Linghu Huan all lit up. They had more contact with Duan Lingtian, so when they learned that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying School, they were all happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the other elders of the Linghu clan, they looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. At that time, it was precisely because Linghu Renjie had taken care of Duan Lingtian that the Linghu family lost a lot of divine stone mines that they joined forces to dismiss Linghu Renjie. Later, Duan Lingtian made a bet with them, saying that he would repay them 100 million divine stones within 100 years. Now, only a few decades had passed since the 100-year bet was set, and it was still a long way from the deadline. However, when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan again and again, they all regretted it. They regretted that they dismissed Duan Lingtian because of how much Linghu Renjie valued and took care of Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the Linghu family after he went to the Tianlong clan. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying School, they couldn't help but send telepathic messages to each other, discussing whether they should cancel the bet and let Linghu Renjie return to being an elder of the Linghu family. They didn't want the Linghu family to lose the care of a genius with amazing potential like Duan Lingtian for a mere 100 million divine stones. Once the bet was completed, Duan Lingtian would only take care of Linghu Renjie in the future and might not take care of the Linghu family. Let's all discuss this. When Duan Lingtian arrives, we'll tell him that we'll cancel the bet ourselves. From now on, Linghu Renjie will return to being the head of the Linghu family until he doesn't want to be. Seconded. Whether it was the Linghu family elders present, or the Linghu family elders who weren't present but had received the news that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying School, all of them supported the idea of canceling the bet and no longer made things difficult for Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie. 100 million divine stones might have a significant impact on the Linghu family, but it wasn't to the point where it would hurt them to the core. In exchange for the care of a god emperor less than 3,000 years old, it was worth it. Now, the other party was only a lower god emperor, but he had the ability to kill 2 middle god emperors, and his strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's new white dragon elder. What about in the future? He wasn't even 3,000 years old. Perhaps by the time he was 10,000 years old, he would have broken through and become an emperor god? An emperor god? When they thought about the possibility of an emperor god emerging from the Linghu family, they felt a rush of heat in their heads. They felt that no matter what, they couldn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a quasi-emperor god. They're here. Linghu Renjie's eyes were sharp, and he was the first to spot the 3 people who were flying over at a steady pace. The purple figure in the lead of the 2 people was all too familiar to him. I wonder. These 2 from Chunying School are some elders of Chunying School. As far as I know, Chunyang School's elders have a clear hierarchy. Elder Yushu, who ranks third, is comparable to Elder Jinlong of the Tianlong clan. He's a top existence among god emperors. I've heard of this too. However, these two elders of Chunyang School, even if only one of them is Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School, it's enough to see how important Duan Lingtian is to Chunyang School. Yes, Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School is no weaker than Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan. It can't be Elder Lingshu, can it? Even if it's not Elder Lingshu, Elder Qingshu alone is comparable to Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan. He's a leader among middle-level god emperors. Even in the current generation of our Linghu family, only two elders of the Tianlong clan are Elders White Dragon. A group of Linghu family elders began to whisper at this time. However, when Duan Lingtian and the other two people approached, they all fell silent. Linghu Renjie greets the two seniors of Chunyang School. After Duan Lingtian and the other two people approached, Linghu Renjie spoke first and bowed respectfully at the same time. Linghu Zhengxing greets the two seniors. After Linghu Renjie, Linghu Zhengxing and the others also spoke one after another and bowed respectfully to the two people who came with Duan Lingtian. After they finished bowing, Duan Lingtian and the other two people also came in front of them. Family head. Seeing Linghu Renjie again, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. I'm no longer the head of the Linghu family. Linghu Renjie had forgotten how many times he had corrected Duan Lingtian for calling him that, but Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten every time. Many of the Linghu family's elders wanted to say that they would allow Linghu Renjie to return to the position of the Linghu family's patriarch. However, when they saw the two people from the Pure Sun sect, they didn't say anything. In front of the two experts from Chunyang School, they were not qualified to speak. In this world where the strong were respected, they knew their place. In my heart, you'll always be the head of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan and greeted them with a smile. He still remembered how the three of them took care of him in the past. The three of them also smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian, but soon, their eyes fell on the young man beside Duan Lingtian. This young man had an extraordinary temperament and was obviously not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian, introduce us to the two seniors from Chunyang School. Linghu Renjie looked politely at the young man beside Duan Lingtian and the old man behind him and said with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Qin Wuyang behind him. This is Elder Qin Wuyang from Chunyang School. Qin Wuyang. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Linghu Renjie and the others did not react, but Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan's expressions changed instantly. This was because this name was like thunder to them. When they were young, Qin Wuyang, the prodigy of Chunyang School, was famous throughout Tunglong province. At that time, Qin Wuyang was one of the 10 prodigies of Chunyang School's younger generation. Now, Qin Wuyang was a high-level divine emperor and Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School. Could it be Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School, Elder Qin Wuyang? Linghu Zhengxing looked at Qin Wuyang excitedly, his voice trembling. Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School. Linghu Renjie and the other elders of the Linghu family were completely stunned. Elder Lingshu? Wasn't that someone from Chunyang School whose strength was comparable to Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan? As far as they knew, Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School were all high-level divine emperors. The old man in front of them, who was following Duan Lingtian and another expert from Chunyang School, was Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School? Was this a joke? Elder Zhengxing must have made a mistake, right? Impossible, right? How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 39-34. In fact, an elder of the spirit void realm did not have a strong presence in Chunyang School, and even less so in Tunglong province. However, because Qin Wuyang belonged to one of the more powerful factions in Chunyang School, even though he was only an elder of the spirit void realm, he was more famous than the average elder of the Chunyang School. Even so, in Tunglong province, Qin Wuyang, an elder of the Chunyang School, was not really famous. At least, Linghu Renjie and most of the elders of the Linghu family had never heard of Qin Wuyang. That was because their understanding of the experts of the Chunyang School was limited to those who had become famous in recent years, as well as those who were the pillars of the Chunyang School. For example, the Emperor God experts. Of course, not all of the Emperor God experts of the Chunyang school were famous. Most of them were very unfamiliar to the people of Tunglung province, and they were not well known in Tunglung province. Those who were known to the public were basically those who were deliberately exposed by the Chunyang school. Even in the Chunyang school, there were not many Emperor God experts, especially the powerful ones, who were the trump cards of the Chunyang school. Not only had the people of Tunglung province not heard of them, but even many people in the Chunyang school had not heard of them. However, Linghu Renjia and the others had not heard of Qin Wuyang. But that did not mean that Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Hong, and Linghu Huan had not heard of him. Qin Wuyang was about the same age as them, and he was a figure of the same generation as them. When they were young, they had worshipped Qin Wuyang as their idol. Today, after seeing this legendary idol with their own eyes, their blood, which had been silent for many years due to old age, seemed to be boiling again. Little Yang Yang, I truly did not expect that there would be someone from a small God King clan that knows of you. When Linghu Zhengxing finished speaking, Qin Wuyang revealed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that there would be people here who knew him. Jinping Fan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, smiled and said, "It seems that you didn't lie to me. You are quite famous outside." In the past, Qin Wuyang had mentioned it many times in front of Jinping Fan. He was quite famous outside of Chunyang school. However, Jinping Fan did not believe him at all. As soon as Jinping Fan finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. With a suspicious look on his face, he asked, "But, could it be that you asked Duan Lingtian to ask them to put on this show with you?" Upon hearing Jinping Fan's words, not only was Qin Wuyang dumbfounded, but even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He smiled wryly and said, "Elder Zhen, Elder Qin did not ask me to do that." At this moment, Linghu Zhengxing and the other two elders were also stunned when they heard the young man beside Duan Lingtian address Qin Wuyang. In their eyes, the wise and powerful elder spirit void of Chunyang school, Qin Wuyang, was actually called Little Yang Yang by this young man. Was this really the idol they had worshipped when they were young? For a moment, the three of them looked at Qin Wuyang with suspicion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Zhengxing with a smile and said, "Elder Zhengxing, the person behind me is indeed Elder Spirit Void of Chunyang School, Elder Qin Wuyang. However, I wonder how you know him?" In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Elder Spirit Void did not have much of a presence in Chunyang School. It was even more so in Tunglung Province. Is it really Elder Spirit Void, Elder Qin Wuyang? After obtaining confirmation from Duan Lingtian, Linghu Zhengxing's eyes shone brightly as he said, "When I was young, Elder Qin Wuyang was also young. At that time, he was one of the top 10 prodigies among the younger generation in Chunyang School. He was a dazzling figure. Although I've never seen him before, his reputation was like thunder to people of the same generation as me. Let's not talk about the others. Linghu Hong, Linghu Huan, and I grew up listening to his stories. He was the idol of many people in our generation." As soon as Linghu Zhengxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the excitement in Elders Hung and Huan's eyes. So that was how it was. As people of the same generation, and Elder Qin Wuyang was one of the top 10 prodigies among the younger generation in Chunyang School, it was normal for him to know about it. After a few generations, perhaps no one would pay attention to it anymore. The top 10 prodigies. It feels like a very long time ago. When he heard Linghu Zhengxing's words, Qin Wuyang could not help but sigh. Time makes people grow old. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. However, among the so-called 10 great prodigies from back then, there are only 3 other people besides me who are still alive. Qin Wuyang sighed. What? Linghu Zhengxing's expression changed when he heard Qin Wuyang's words. Elder Qin, Chunyang School is one of the top 5 God Emperor forces in Tunglung Province. Who would dare to kill a prodigy from Chunyang School? Qin Wuyang smiled faintly. Chunyang School is only slightly stronger in Tunglung Province. It's just so outside. Then, as if he had thought of something, Qin Wuyang looked at the back of the young man in front of him again. The person beside Duan Lingtian is my martial granduncle, Elder Jing Su and Elder Zhen of Chunyang School, Qin Wuyang said. As soon as Qin Wuyang finished speaking, Linghu Zhengxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing seemed to have stopped in the next moment. Elders Hong and Huan, as well as Linghu Renjie and the others, were all dumbfounded at this time. They were completely stunned. Elder Jing Su of Chunyang School? The Pure Sun sect's Jing Su elders seemed to all be God-Emperor powerhouses without exception, right? Emperor gods? When Linghu Renjie and the others' gazes fell on Zhen Pingfan again, they were so scared that their legs began to tremble. Emperor gods were the top existences in Tunglong province. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were existences who could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. For such existences, a casual breath from them could probably turn the entire Linghu family, or even the entire Linghu city into ashes. Greetings, Elder Zhen. In the end, Linghu Zhengxing was the first to recover from his shock. He respectfully bowed to Zhen Pingfan, but at the same time, his forehead was already sweating. Even the two elders, Hong and Huan, who were following behind Xingli, were no exception. Linghu Renjie also quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Zhen Pingfan. His current state was the best among the Linghu clan's people. This was because his sister, Linghu Renfeng, was also an emperor god. As someone who had come into contact with emperor gods before, he naturally did not lose his composure like Linghu Zhengxing and the others. As for the group of Linghu family elders, many of them were so scared that they staggered and almost lost their divine power and fell down. Greetings, Elder Zhen. Greetings, Elder Zhen. In the face of the greetings from the Linghu family, Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly and glared at Qin Wuyang at the same time. This time, he came with Duan Lingtian mainly to watch the show, but now it seemed to be his home ground. This was not what he wanted. Duan Lingtian, follow them back to the Linghu family and get down to business. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Linghu Renjie. Patriarch, please gather the elders of the Linghu family elders. Now, let's go back to the family and wait for them to arrive. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Linghu Renjie hurriedly agreed after seeing the two elders of the Chunyang school, especially Zhen Pingfan, the Chunyang school's Jingshu elder, who was an emperor god. Then, Linghu Renjie and the others escorted Duan Lingtian and the other two to the Linghu family mansion and entered. Around the Linghu family mansion, a group of disciples patrolling the Linghu family was shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. The patriarch and the patriarch are actually following behind them respectfully. The two people beside Duan Lingtian are from the Chunyang school. I don't know if there's a medium-level godly emperor among the two strong cultivators of the Pure Sun sect. Even if there aren't, they are at least low-level divine emperors. Even so, their status in the outside world is not inferior to the White Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, which are emperor god-level sections. Duan Lingtian and the other two, as well as Linghu Renjie, walked into the Linghu family's meeting hall. Soon after, more and more elders of the Linghu family rushed back from all over Linghu city, as well as the surrounding areas. When they learned that the emperor gods of the Chunyang school had arrived and asked them to return, they were all excited. They immediately put down what they were doing and rushed back. Emperor gods. I never thought that the Linghu family would one day come into contact with one. Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school is a legendary figure. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet him. Meeting Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school this time is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. In about half a day, almost all of the Linghu family elders who were in or around Linghu city had rushed back. These Linghu family elders accounted for more than 90% of the Linghu family elders of the current generation. Apart from those elders who have gone to faraway places for business, the rest of the elders have all rushed back. They represent the entire council of elders. Linghu Renjie said to Duan Lingtian. Good. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. At this time, the group of elders who had rushed over from behind the Linghu family bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, their gazes were very complicated. At the same time, they thought about how they had dismissed Linghu Renjie and agreed to Duan Lingtian's bed in order to make it easier for Linghu Renjie to enter the Chamber of Laws and consume the divine stones. They were extremely regretful. If they had known Duan Lingtian would end up like this, They would not even bat an eyelid, even if they had to lose the divine stones that could hurt the Linghu clan, let alone losing the divine stones that were not enough to hurt the Linghu clan. Elders. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and tossed his spatial ring out. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, a large number of sparkling divine crystals filled with rich heaven and earth spirit chi were scattered in the conference hall as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, half of the conference hall was covered. Chapter 39-35. In the blink of an eye, the divine crystals had piled up into a small mountain. Elders. While the Linghu family elders were stunned by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice, "There are more than 1,000,000 divine crystals here. Even if converted to divine stones according to the normal ratio, it would still be more than 100 million divine stones. I, Duan Lingtian, have fulfilled the bet from back then. Now, I hope that you will fulfill your end of the bargain." As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze turned sharp as it swept across the Linghu family elders. Duan Lingtian, it did not cross Linghu Ranjie's mind that Duan Lingtian had summoned the group of elders from the Linghu clan because of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had directly taken out 1,000,000 divine crystals. The value of so many divine crystals far exceeded that of divine stones. At the very least, in Tung Long province, if you offered 100 million divine stones, no one would be willing to exchange 1,000,000 divine crystals with you. Divine crystals were much rarer than divine stones, and were even rarer. For a moment, Linghu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian with gratitude in his eyes, but at the same time, there were also many complicated emotions. In the beginning, he had taken care of Duan Lingtian because he had high hopes for Duan Lingtian's future. He felt that even if he invested in Duan Lingtian, he would not lose out, and might even make a huge profit in the future. Later, after interacting with Duan Lingtian and gaining a better understanding of Duan Lingtian, he truly admired this young man. He also felt that he should do everything within his power to help him. Moreover, during this process, he also saw that Duan Lingtian was definitely the kind of person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Later on, because of Duan Lingtian, he was stripped of his position as head of the Linghu family, but he did not complain because he felt that what he did was from the bottom of his heart, and there was nothing to regret. In fact, even if he was given a chance to start all over again, he would still do the same. Later on, his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng, returned. Only then did he find out that apart from Linghu Chuyin, he had another niece. And that niece was Duan Lingtian's wife. Duan Lingtian was suddenly related to him. Duan Lingtian was his niece-in-law, and it was the closest kind. He was the son-in-law of Linghu Renjie's younger sister. Under such circumstances, he didn't regret what he had done for Duan Lingtian. This was because he was his sister's family, and also Linghu Renjie's family. "You don't have to do this." Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it's just as I told you before. After being the head of the Linghu family for so many years, I'm also tired. Now that I finally have some free time, I can properly cultivate. For me, this is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm afraid you borrowed these divinity crystals from the seniors in Chunyang School, right? Return them. In the future, when you have the ability to do so, you can return the divinity crystals to the Linghu family. Even if I, Linghu Renjie, can no longer be the head of the Linghu family after 100 years, I will still owe you a favor. As for now, there's really no need." As Linghu Renjie spoke, he glanced at Zhen Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, sizing up the elders of the Linghu family with great interest. Obviously, he had also guessed the origin of Duan Lingtian's divinity crystals. In fact, even the head of the Tianlong clan himself would find it difficult to take out such a large amount of divinity crystals in one go. Not to mention Duan Lingtian, who was only an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan. After the elders of the Linghu family recovered from their shock, they looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, they completely sobered up and smiled bitterly. In the past, when Duan Lingtian took out so many divinity crystals to return to them, they would only be happy and feel that the family had profited greatly. But now, they were not happy at all. This was because they all knew that once they accepted this batch of divinity crystals, everything would change. In the future, Duan Lingtian would no longer care about the good of the Linghu family. He would only care about Linghu Renjie as a person. Even if Linghu Renjie became the head of the Linghu family again in the future, he would no longer have the slightest sense of belonging to the Linghu family. Just as the elders of the Linghu family were about to recommend two elders to come out and talk to Duan Lingtian, Jin Pingfan suddenly spoke up. Jin Fanfan, the pure Sun Sect's Jing Su elder who had been watching the show, looked at Linghu Renjie and said, "These divine crystals are a welcome gift to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the pure Sun Sect. He didn't borrow them. You can rest assured about this," Zhen Pingfan said. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, not only Linghu Renjie, but all the elders of the Linghu family felt their hearts tremble. A welcome gift to the sect? For Duan Lingtian? They were not surprised that the Chunyang school would be so generous. After all, the Chunyang school was one of the 5 most powerful God-Emperor forces in Tunglung province. It had the best cultivation environment and resources in Tunglung province. However, to give Duan Lingtian, a newcomer who was just about to enter the sect, such a big gift was something to be patiently pondered over. In the eyes of the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian was actually so valuable. However, the elders of the Linghu family did not know that under normal circumstances, the Chunyang school would never give Duan Lingtian such a large sum of divine gems as a welcome gift. This welcome gift was completely extorted by Jin Pingfan, an elder of the Chunyang school, by relying on his advantages and privileges in the Chunyang school. The current sect master of the Chunyang school was his junior brother, and he was the one who taught and raised him. Moreover, the two of them had gone through many life and death situations together. The relationship between them was closer than that of biological brothers. It was also because of this that Qin Wuyang had previously told Deng Kue, the silver puppet elder of Tao Villa in the Qingzhou prefecture, that the Chunyang school sect master regarded Zhen Pingfan as both a brother and a father. Elders. Duan Lingtian looked at the elders of the Linghu family and glanced at their complicated expressions one by one. Since this sum of divine gems has arrived, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said earlier. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the elder who had been elected by the elders of the Linghu family immediately stepped forward. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was wearing a light green robe. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian, when we agreed to the bet back then, it was actually just because the elders of the Linghu family wanted to motivate you. Even though Linghu Renjie was removed from the position of head of the family, it was also to motivate you. But, for the past few decades, the Linghu family has not had a new head of the family, right? Let's not talk about that bet anymore. It's best that you keep these divine gems for yourself. Whether it's for cultivation or as a currency for transactions in the future, they will be of great help to you. As for Linghu Renjie, from today onwards, he will return to the position of head of the family. This was also the unanimous decision of the elders of the family. Duan Lingtian was stunned by the words of the Linghu family elder. He had never imagined that the elders of the Linghu family would nominate a Linghu family elder to make such a statement. All of this was to motivate him, including removing Linghu Renjie from the position of head of the family and agreeing to his bet? Why did he remember that this was not the case back then? The elders of the Linghu family seemed to have removed Linghu Renjie from the position of head of the family without him knowing. In addition, hadn't he been the one to propose the 100 million divine gems promise of 100 years? Could it be that the elders of the Linghu family had agreed to his 100 years promise to motivate him? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even Linghu Renjie, Linghu Zhengxing, and elders Heng Huan couldn't help but twitch their mouths. These old fellows from the elders of the family were really good at making excuses. As for why the old fellows from the Linghu family had suddenly changed their mind, it wasn't hard to guess the reason. They didn't want Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family. Of course, when they said leave, they didn't mean leave physically, but mentally. If the elders of the Linghu family accepted this batch of divine gems from Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian didn't hate the Linghu family because of Linghu Renjie, he definitely wouldn't feel a sense of belonging to the Linghu family. In the future, if the Linghu family were to face a great calamity, Duan Lingtian would probably only save Linghu Renjie. He might not even care about the Linghu family. These old fellows are really thick-skinned, Linghu Renjie thought to himself. He still remembered that these old fellows had forcefully removed him from the position of head of the family in the ancestral shrine. At that time, they hadn't said that it was to motivate Duan Lingtian. He hadn't expected them to say that everything they had done decades ago was for the good of Duan Lingtian. This, even Qin Wuyang, elder Lingshu of Chunyang School, was flabbergasted. He was the clearest about the 100-year pact between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu clan's Council of Elders because he had tried to find out more about Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that even his martial granduncle, Zhan Pingfan, found out about this through him. That's right. It was all to motivate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you have to understand our good intentions. If you are unhappy about this, you can vent it on me. I can be your punching bag. Duan Lingtian, keep these divine gems. Although they are precious, they are not as helpful to the Linghu family as they are to you. That's right. Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're a member of our Linghu clan, so you ought to have better resources to enjoy. The group of elders of the Linghu family spoke up one after another. None of them had any intention of taking the divine gems that had piled up into a mountain on the ground. Duan Lingtian, the elder of the Linghu family, who had been elected to represent them, spoke up again. If you feel apologetic, you can take this batch of divine gems as a return to the Linghu family, and the Linghu family will give it to you as a gift. You are the first genius in the history of the Linghu family to enter Chunyang School. You deserve this gift. Chapter 39-36. Duan Lingtian could be considered to have seen through the thoughts of the group of Linghu clan elders. Moreover, the persistence of this group of people was completely out of his expectations. They seemed to think that if he did not accept the divine crystals, he would be disrespecting them and the Linghu family. Where was the attitude of blaming Linghu Renjie for allowing Duan Lingtian access to the secret chamber of laws? When they saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be unwilling to accept them, the Linghu clan's council of elders shifted their attention to Linghu Renjie. One by one, they sent voice transmissions to Linghu Renjie. Clan leader, what happened that year was because we had eyes but failed to see and looked down upon Duan Lingtian. Ask him to accept these divine crystals. Patriarch, if Duan Lingtian doesn't accept these divine crystals, we won't be able to rest easy. The Linghu family elders, who had been overbearing in the past, transmitted their voices to Linghu Renjie with a hint of pleading in their voices. Linghu Renjie sighed inwardly. He knew that the Linghu family elders were only acting this way because they had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian, who was about to become a student of Chunyang School, and would be of great benefit to the Linghu family. To be honest, he really hoped that the Linghu family would accept these divine crystals. That way, they would be able to write things off and have fewer fetters. But now, when he thought about how these elders had given up, they were still doing it for the good of the Linghu family, so he softened his heart. Duan Lingtian, accept them. Linghu Renjie smiled at Duan Lingtian. The family will accept these divine crystals, but now, the family will give them to you as a gift for you entering Chunyang School. Just as Elder Qi said, you are the first person in the history of the Linghu family to enter Chunyang School, so you deserve this treatment. As he spoke, Linghu Renjie transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, with your intelligence, it won't be difficult for you to see what these old fellows are thinking. They just want to tie you to the Linghu family so that they can enjoy all the privileges you bring to them in the future. They might even ask for your help at a critical moment to contribute to the family. If you don't accept these divine crystals today, I'm afraid that they will have other intentions, so accept them. Even if you accept them, I can guarantee that no one in the Linghu family will use your name to cause trouble in the future. When he heard Linghu Renjie's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was able to discern the helplessness within his tone. Presumably, the group of elders in the Linghu clan's elder council were pressuring him as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian accepted the divine crystals. In that case, many thanks to the elders. In the future, even if I, Duan Lingtian, go to Chunyang School, I will always remember that I, Duan Lingtian, came from the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian said. The group of elders from the Linghu clan's council of elders were waiting for this exact sentence from Duan Lingtian. When they heard what Duanling Tian said, they beamed with joy, and then they repeatedly congratulated Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, congratulations on entering Chunying School. Duanling Tian, you will become the pride of the Linghu family by entering Chunying School. If that kid in my family can be even 1/10,000th as good as you, Duanling Tian, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. After Duanling Tian put away the mountain of millions of divine crystals, the attitude of the Linghu family elders changed. They were all full of enthusiasm, as if they were Duan Lingtian's family. Although Duan Lingtian felt that this was realistic, he also knew that this was all due to the circumstances. Perhaps, if he were in the shoes of these Linghu family elders and encountered the same situation, he would also make the same choice. Just as Linghu Renjie said, even if these Linghu family elders had some selfish motives, they were still doing it for the good of the Linghu family. They were all smart people, and they knew that as long as the Linghu family was good, they and their descendants would be better off. At this moment, seeing the faces of the Linghu family elders, Jingshu elder Jinping fan of Chunying School shook his head. He had wanted to see Duan Lingtian ruthlessly slap these Linghu family elders in the face. However, he did not expect that not only did they not care about Duan Lingtian's slap, they even put their faces forward and let Duan Lingtian slap them. In the end, they even moved closer to Duan Lingtian like a bootlicker. Zhang Pingfan spent most of his life on cultivation and had little contact with other people, so he was full of curiosity about many things. However, the scene in front of him subverted his personal understanding. In this regard, he was even inferior to his junior grandnephew, Qin Wuyang. At least now, Qin Wuyang looked at the scene in front of him with a calm expression, as if he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Family head, I have something to talk to you about in private. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Linghu Renjie, the two elders of Chunying School. Please make the arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang. Qin Wuyang responded immediately, and after seeing the result, Jinping Fan felt that it was meaningless to continue staying here. So he quickly responded as well. Elders, I have something to say to Duan Lingtian in private, so you can all leave now. Linghu Renjie was now the head of the Linghu family again. At his command, the group of Linghu family elders stared at Duan Lingtian with some reluctance before they left one after another. Three ancestors, the two elders of Chunying School, please make the arrangements. Then, Linghu Renjie greeted Linghu Zhengxing and the two elders of Honghuan, and finally looked at Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang. Elders, if you have any needs in the Linghu family, the Linghu family will do its best to help you as soon as possible. Then, Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang left with Linghu Zhengxing and the other two elders. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie were left in the large meeting hall. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that after a few decades, you would be going to Chunying School? Linghu Renjie sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled. Sect leader, don't make fun of me. As far as I know, your sister is not only an Emperor God expert, but she is also not an ordinary Emperor God expert. Even in the pure Sun sect, her strength might be above Elder Jingshu. Your psychological endurance should be much stronger than others, right? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie's face suddenly froze. You, how did you know? Linghu Renjie was surprised. This was because his sister, Linghu Renfeng, had told him not to tell Duan Lingtian about some things, including the fact that she was a divine emperor. But he didn't expect that when he saw Duan Lingtian again, Duan Lingtian would say it himself. Sect leader, why didn't you tell me that the Tianlong clan's elder Black Dragon came to the Linghu family to kill you? Duan Lingtian asked seriously when he spoke again. Even now, he still cared about this matter. That was because he was the reason why Linghu Renjie was in such a dangerous situation. You know all about it? Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. I didn't tell you back then because I didn't want you to worry. Besides, I'm not in any danger, right? By the way, how did you know that my sister is an Emperor God expert? Linghu Renjie asked. The Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji, said it. Duan Lingtian said, back then, after your sister killed the Tianlong clan's elder Black Dragon who wanted to kill you, she went to the Tianlong clan and taught Xue Mingji a lesson. That time, her actions were not small, and even forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array. Even the Tianlong clan's elder Jingshu might not be able to do that with her strength alone. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Rinfeng went to the Tianlong clan and forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array, she did not rely on her status or background, but on her strength alone. He even suspected that Linghu Rinfeng might be in existence above a middle god emperor. Shuimingji? Linghu Rinjie frowned. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would expose his sister. He's already dead, Duan Lingtian said. When Linghu Rinjie heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was shocked at first, but then he thought of the treatment Duan Lingtian received from the Chunyang school today and felt relieved. With the Chunyang school as his backing, a mere Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader was nothing. Sect leader. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face turned serious, and he looked at Linghu Rinjie with a solemn expression. Where is your sister now? You want to find her and ask about Chuyin? Linghu Rinjie asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This matter, if he did not get to the bottom of it, he would not be satisfied. After she went to the Tianlong clan, she took Chuyin and left the Xingang land. Linghu Rinjie sighed and said, they left from the dimensional battlefield. Duan Lingtian's face changed slightly when he heard this. However, when he heard Linghu Rinjie's words, his face relaxed again. But, I've asked her about the resemblance between Chuyin and your wife. Linghu Rinjie said. What did she say? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Chuyin is not your wife. Linghu Rinjie said bluntly. Not? Hearing Linghu Rinjie's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes that had lit up and his face that could not hide the excitement instantly froze. After a moment, he came back to his senses, and his face was full of disbelief. How could it be? How could it not be? Are there really so many coincidences? After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian still asked somewhat unwillingly, Sect leader, are you sure she said that Linghu Chuyin is not my wife? I'm sure. Linghu Rinjie nodded. At the same time, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. This was a completely subconscious action. Although it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, it was still seen through by Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, are you still hiding something from me? Facing Duan Lingtian's burning gaze and that slightly anxious expression, Linghu Rinjie sighed. Although Chuyin is not your wife, I've also heard about your wife's current situation. Situation? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ker's current situation? What happened to Ker? Sect leader, my wife? What's her current situation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Chapter 39-37. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. His expression became extremely solemn in an instant. Judging from Linghu Rinjie's tone, Ker's situation didn't seem to be very good. Faced with Duan Lingtian's questioning, Linghu Rinjie sighed again. As for the specifics, even from my own point of view, I don't really want to tell you. Because, with your current strength, even if you know, you can't do anything about it. Renfeng brought Chuyin back this time because she hoped that Chuyin would stay in the Linghu family and then go look for your wife. Linghu Rinjie said, She's looking for my wife? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. She's related to my wife? At this moment, when Duan Lingtian thought of Linghu Chuyin who looked exactly like his wife, Kuer, who had changed her appearance, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Your wife, Xianing Shui, is Chuyin's twin sister. Linghu Rinjie sighed and said, As for the specifics and your wife's situation, she didn't tell me much, so I'm not particularly clear about it. Sect Master, what's my wife's situation now? Even with my current strength, even if I know, I may not be able to do anything about it. Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he stared at Linghu Rinjie intently. His extremely serious gaze caused Linghu Rinjie to repeatedly avoid Duan Lingtian's gaze. In the end, Linghu Rinjie sighed deeply. Forget it. If you insist on knowing, I'll tell you. According to my sister, Ning Shui is trapped in the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Offering Land. There's no news of her until now. I can only be sure that she's still alive, and she has now gone to the dimensional battlefield on the other side to look for Ning Shui. You don't have to worry. She's an emperor god expert. Perhaps she can find Ning Shui. As he spoke, Linghu Renjie consoled him. Trapped in the dimensional battlefield of the divine offering land, there's no news of her? Duan Lingtian's body suddenly trembled at this moment. Then, without any warning, his face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger attacked his heart. Anxiety naturally attacked his heart even more. Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. Since Ning Shui looks almost the same as Chuyin, I can tell that Chuyin doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Linghu Renjie sighed once more before continuing to console Duan Ling Tian. What you need to do now is to raise your strength as soon as you reach the Pure Yang sect. You should strive to become a god emperor before the planar battlefield closes. When the time comes, we might be able to enter the planar battlefield and take a look. Although Linghu Renjie felt that the chances of Duan Lingtian stepping into the god emperor realm within 300 years were slim, seeing Duan Lingtian's current state, he still comforted him. If that's the case, Patriarch, you can be considered as Ker's uncle. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and after he recovered from his shock with great difficulty, he looked at Linghu Renjie as the corners of his mouth slightly opened to reveal a forced smile. However, I'll continue to call you Patriarch for now. When I reunite with Ker and visit you again, I'll change the way I address you. Duan Lingtian said, All right, I'll wait for that day. Linghu Renjie also smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. He really didn't expect that such a young and promising fellow would have such a close relationship with his niece, whom he had only recently found out about. They were husband and wife. Moreover, they were a married couple who already had children. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving with the two elders from Chunyang School now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's only thought was to go to Chunyang School and cultivate diligently, so he could raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. In the past, he had been under a lot of pressure. Now, the pressure was even greater. Previously, he did not know Ker's life was in danger. He only thought he would be able to bring Ker away from the divine offering land after 300 years. At that time, he would be able to bring Ker back to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Even if there were people from the divine offering land whose cultivation base was higher than his, they would not be able to do anything to him due to the restrictions set up by the supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. But now that he knew that Ker's life was in danger, his desire to become stronger was so strong that it could not be any stronger. Go. Linghu Renjie nodded. There are some things that I won't tell you. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I just want to tell you that although Chunyang School is one of the strongest forces in Tunglong Province, it's only limited to Tunglong Province. Outside Tunglong Province, there are many forces and geniuses stronger than Chunyang School. You have to be careful in the future. Linghu Renjie said, I will. Duan Lingtian nodded. Before he left, he added, Patriarch, if you and the Linghu family encounter any problems that you can't solve, please don't hesitate to contact me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Before he left, he gave Linghu Renjie some divine pills that he had refined when he was in the Tianlong clan. Basically, they were all supreme king-level divine pills. There were also some emperor-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian didn't give the supreme king-level divine pills to Linghu Renjie. It wasn't that he didn't trust Linghu Renjie, but that he was worried that if Linghu Renjie gave them to others, they wouldn't be able to keep their mouths shut. Since that was the case, he wasn't in a hurry. In the future, he would have a chance to come back sooner or later. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to give Linghu Renjie better divine pills. Duan Lingtian, Jinping Fan, and Qin Wuyang came quickly and left quickly. It only took them about 2 hours to arrive at Linghu City and leave Linghu City. Duan Lingtian, are you coming back to Chunyang School with us, or do you have something else to do? Jinping Fan, the Chunyang School's quiet void elder, seemed a little uninterested after experiencing the Linghu family's unscrupulous behavior. Elder Zhen, I want to go to Tianfeng City to see an old friend and settle some things. Duan Lingtian said, if Elder Zhen is in a hurry to go back to Chunyang School, you can go back first. I'll go there myself later. No need. Jinping Fan waved his hand and said, I have nothing to do. I'll go with you. But what are you going to settle? Do you want to see blood? Jin Pingfan's interest seemed to be piqued at this moment. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded in response. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Zhong family of Tianfeng City's God King level family had sent men of sacrifice to kill him in the past. It was time to settle the old score. Even though the Zhong family had intended to be on good terms with him and had paid a lot of things for this, he had only let the entire Zhong family go. He didn't intend to let the Zhong family off the hook for sending men of sacrifice to kill him. Apart from the Zhong family, there are several other families in Tianfeng City. Those who sent men of sacrifice back then must pay the price for their actions. Duan Lingtian could still remember the time when he was still in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. During the training assessment, he was hunted down by many groups of men of sacrifice. At that time, if he hadn't hidden his strength, he might have been killed by the men of sacrifice. Jin Pingfan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's affirmative answer. Then I'll go with you and join in the fun. I'm a person who loves to join in the fun. In terms of seniority, Jin Pingfan was Qin Wuyang's grand martial uncle, and he was also older than Qin Wuyang. But when he was with Qin Wuyang, in terms of temperament, he was like a child that hadn't grown up yet. As for Qin Wuyang, he saw Duan Lingtian subconsciously look at him. He shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. This was because he had long since grown accustomed to this grand martial uncle's behavior. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led the two of them to Tianfeng City. On the way, in order to increase the efficiency of this trip, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong, informing him of what he was going to do. Not long after, Long Qingchong replied, I've already ordered someone to contact the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qianin. Qianin will lead people to Tianfeng City and wait for you there. Tianfeng City could be considered the Hidden Fog sect's territory. Duan Lingtian looked for Long Qingchong, the Tianlong clan's sect master, because he wanted him to inform the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect was the same as the Linghu family. They were both divine emperor-level forces that were indirectly affiliated with the Tianlong clan. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect the orders of the Tianlong clan's sect master. Elder Jin. On the way to Tianfeng City, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked Jin Pingfan, Does your Chunyang school have a space-piercing divine shuttle? Space-piercing divine shuttle? When Jin Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, That thing is everywhere. However, in the past 700 years, the inventory of this thing has been emptied. Those Chunyang school disciples who came to the profound Handle land from the Devata realms and the mundane realms all need this thing to return home. Are you asking this because you want to go back? Jin Pingfan was also aware that Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I want to get a few space-piercing divine shuttles for my clone to visit my family. This is a small matter. I'll ask little Yang Yang to get a few for you. Jin Pingfan said. Qin Wuyang chimed in. Duan Lingtian, natives of the realms of gods like us can't use the space-piercing divine shuttle due to our bloodline. Moreover, people from the Devata realms can use the space-piercing divine shuttle. For this reason, very few people would refine it. However, if you need them, I can ask the sect's divine weapon masters to refine some for you, Qin Wuyang said nonchalantly. Qin Wuyang said casually. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Thank you, Elder Qin. Duan Lingtian thanked Qin Wuyang profusely. He was also aware of Qin Wuyang's words. The space-piercing divine shuttles could only be used by those who were not natives of the realms of gods and had at least become gods. Chapter 39-38. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after the matter with the divine void-piercing shuttle was resolved. This meant he could send his clones back to the Devata realms and realms of gods through the divine void-piercing shuttle at any time. If Master hasn't returned by the time I return, I'll go to the netherworld to look for him. Even if Master is fine, he won't be able to escape from Mi Xian's control. Mi Xian probably won't go all out against Master for the time being, but what if Master continues to grow? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel worried when he thought about this. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a prodigy in the first place. On top of that, He had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. In terms of fortune, even Zhang Xian could only surpass Feng Qingyang by relying on the 5 divine elements. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to his master's help. Although his cultivation base had surpassed his master's, he did not think his master was no longer qualified to be his master. After all, a master for a day was a father for life. Moreover, with his master's foundation, he would definitely soar to the heavens once he arrived in the realms of gods. Elder Qin, since the divine void-piercing shuttle can allow godly existences from the Devata realms to return to their homeworld, does that mean that godly existences in the Devata realms who aren't natives of the realms of gods can use the divine void-piercing shuttle to come to the realms of gods? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. If this problem could be solved, would it not mean his master, Feng Qingyang, would have a chance to come to the realms of gods as soon as possible? Naturally, this was just a thought that came to him on a whim. Currently, there were only 300 years left until the space tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opened. Even if his master was not around, the realms of gods would still be fine in the next 300 years. 300 years was not a long time for godly existences. However, if it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped his master could come to the realms of gods as soon as possible so that he could raise his cultivation base. Those who were god kings and above were racing against time, since they would have to face a 1,000-year heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Perhaps it would be easy in the beginning. However, it would only become more difficult as time passed. Many people died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation because their strength could not keep up. Every 1,000 years, not only would a god emperor perish, but even a divine venerable would perish. Some divine venerables had lived for so long that their 1,000-year heavenly tribulations were even more powerful. Unless he could go one step further and become a supreme expert. Duan Lingtian wasn't sure if the omnipotent ones would have to face a heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. Of course, Qin Wuyang gave a firm answer to Duan Lingtian's question. The space-piercing divine shuttle can be used to travel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods. However, there's no difference between the lower realms of gods and the lower realms of gods. Even if I let you leave the profound handle land and go to the lower planes, then use another void-piercing divine shuttle to come back, you may not necessarily return to the profound handle land. Qin Wuyang said. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Even so, I still have to prepare at least one void-piercing divine shuttle for Master. As for whether he uses it or not, it's up to him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he also knew that for now, his master could easily deal with the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. This was because his master hadn't stepped into the God-King realm for long, not even 1,000 years. The first 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation hadn't even descended, and he had already stepped into the God-King realm. As for the first 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, even the weakest God-King would be able to deal with it. As they chatted, Duan Lingtian and the other two soon arrived at Skywind City. And when they arrived at Skywind City, several figures arrived in front of them. They respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, and Elder Duan." This group of people was led by the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master, Qian Yin. Behind Qian Yin were several other elders of the Hidden Fog Sect. Among them were people Duan Lingtian had seen in the past, but he wasn't familiar with them. However, he couldn't be more familiar with Qian Yin. Elder Duan? Hearing how Qian Yin and the others addressed him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. As if seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Qian Yin faintly smiled and said, "Elder Duan, the Tianlong clan asked me to pass on a message to you. From today onwards, you are the Silver Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan." At the same time, Qian Yin's gaze was also complicated. He never imagined that the little brat of the past would now stand at a place that was completely out of his reach. Silver Dragon Elder? Hearing Qian Yin's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned once more. If he didn't remember wrong, when he was in the Tianlong clan, he didn't seem to have heard of a Silver Dragon Elder. Silver Dragon Elder? Hearing Qian Yin's words, the corners of Qin Wuyang's lips twitched. He subconsciously glanced at Zhen Pingfan's back as he stood side by side with Duan Lingtian. Elder Duan, you are the first silver dragon elder in the history of the Tianlong clan. Seeing Duan Lingtian's confusion, Qianin promptly explained, the clan leader asked me to pass on a message to you from the Tianlong clan. The silver dragon elder is also an honorary elder of the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, you enjoy all the rights of a golden dragon elder. At the same time, you don't have to do anything for the Tianlong clan. You have no obligations. At the same time, Jin Pingfan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Silver Dragon Elder, Silver Dragon Lu Dragon. Duan Lingtian, how about I call you Silver Dragon from now on? Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. However, now that he heard Jin Pingfan repeatedly emphasizing the two words Silver Dragon, he understood something. He then looked at Jin Pingfan helplessly and asked, Elder Jin, this isn't your idea, right? What do you think? Do you like it? Jin Pingfan's smile became even brighter. This was indeed his idea. Before he left the Tianlong clan, he had spoken to the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, on a whim. Although Long Qingchong felt that it was a little inappropriate, he didn't dare to disobey Jin Pingfan and could only agree helplessly. Hearing Jin Pingfan's admission, Duan Lingtian only smiled helplessly on the surface, although he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Right now, it seemed like he could only let Jin Pingfan do whatever he wanted. However, when he grew up in the future, he would definitely give Jin Pingfan a good beating. Jin Pingfan didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now. In the near future, when he was beaten into a pulp, he would regret what he had done today. Of course, this was all in the future. 3 elders, this way please. At this time, Qianin made a pleased gesture. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and the other 2 into Skywind City. Then, they went straight to Duan Lingtian's destination, the God King level family, the Zhong family. At this time, Qianin had prepared everything. On that day, all those who were involved in mobilizing the Zhong family's death squad were all pulled out, including the Zhong family patriarch. In addition, several other people from Skywind City's God King level family clans who were involved in the death squad sent out to kill Duan Lingtian were also pulled out and imprisoned together. A giant cage was placed in the courtyard of the Zhong family's mansion. The group of people inside had nowhere to go. Some of them had ashen faces, some had looks of despair, and some had looks of regret. Elder Duan, the people you want are all here. When Qianin brought Duan Lingtian over, the several hidden fog sect elders around the cage all respectfully bowed towards Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Greetings, Elder Jun, Elder Qin, and Elder Duan. At this time, it wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to discover that among these hidden fog sect elders, there were actually Elder Yun and Elder Wu of the Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Mist sects' 4 highest elders. With these 2 highest elders personally overseeing the Zhong family's mansion, even if the people in the cage could escape, it would be impossible for them to do so. These 2 were existences no weaker than the Linghu family's old ancestors. However, at this time, Elder Yun and Elder Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with similarly complex gazes. In the blink of an eye, several dozen years had passed. The little brat they had looked down upon in the past had now surpassed them in strength and status. As for potential, just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. A lower god emperor less than 3,000 years old. Moreover, he could kill ordinary middle god emperors as if they were dogs. Such an existence was about to enter one of the strongest god emperor level influences in Tunglong province, the Chunyang school. As long as he didn't die midway, he was destined to soar into the heavens. Even now, this person only needed to say a single word, and they feared their heads would be separated from their bodies. Elder Duan, please spare me. Elder Duan, please spare me. In the past, I was confused for a moment. I am willing to work like a horse for you. I only hope that you can spare my life. Elder Duan, you are high and lofty. You should disdain killing me, right? Within the cage, as soon as they saw Duan Lingtian appear, most of the people in the cage fell to their knees and begged for mercy. There were even several people who constantly kowtowed until their foreheads were bleeding. There were also a few people who stood where they were, looking at Duan Lingtian with complicated gazes. At the same time, they let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people in the cage indifferently and said indifferently, "Back then, I Duan Lingtian, did not provoke any of you. However, you took advantage of my examination at the Hidden Fog Academy to send men of sacrifice to kill me. If I didn't have some ability, I would have died at the hands of the men of sacrifice you sent. Today, it's time to settle the score. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the voices begging for mercy in the cage became louder and louder, until a spatial storm swept out and swept up the entire cage and the surrounding void. Suddenly, it was as if a painting had been torn apart, leaving no trace behind. Only the thin mist that resembled water mist dispersed and patted the snow-white robes of the people present, leaving behind tiny red dots. I'll have to trouble sect Master Qian to make a trip. After Duan Lingtian greeted Qianyin, he turned around and left with Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang. They were ready to officially head to Chunyang School. As for Qianyin and the others, they looked at Duan Lingtian's back with complicated gazes. This young man should have been the pride of their Hidden Fog sect. Chapter 39-39. Duan Lingtian had never been as relaxed as he was today since he came to the profound Handle Land. His originally tense nerves were completely relaxed. This was because he was now heading to the Chunyang School. With Elder Su and the God Emperor Zhen Pingfan by his side, it could be said that he was incomparably safe. Apart from that, he had also resolved most of the problems he encountered after coming to the mystic astral land in the Plane of Gods. It could be said that he had nothing to worry about. Thinking back, when he was in the Tianlong clan, he had to worry about the Thousand Demon sect and Vice sect Master Xuemingji. When he was in the Linghu family, he had to worry about the threat from the Hidden Fog sect. When he was in the Hidden Fog sect, it was relatively easy. However, there were still many hidden dangers around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Hidden Fog sect because of conflicts. Before that, when he was in the Hidden Fog Academy, he had to deal with the threat from the Heavenly Wind City's Zhong clan. Before that, when he first came to the Tunglong province, he stayed in the Duan clan manor in the mountain range on the eastern edge of the Tunglong province. It could be said that it was the most relaxing period of his life before this. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. In the blink of an eye, it has been a few decades since I came to the profound Handle Land. Duan Lingtian sighed. It was also because he had just returned to the Devata realms and the mundane realms and met his family and friends that Duan Lingtian didn't have to miss them. As for Kerr, she also learned about the current situation from Linghu Renjia. However, with his current strength, even if he knew that Kerr might be in danger, there was nothing he could do. He was depressed for a few days. In the end, he could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that Kerr would be safe. During those few days, he hated himself for being weak. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling comfortable, he felt that apart from Kerr and his master Feng Qingyang, he didn't need to worry about his family and friends. A figure barged into his mind without any warning. It was a beautiful figure. A woman's figure. Morongbing. Many years ago, he had met her by chance in a Devata realm, and they had slept together. That time, before he left, Duan Lingtian had promised her that after 1,000 years, he would return to find her and ask her to wait for him. Alas. Duan Lingtian sighed, his expression becoming extremely complicated in an instant. Even in normal times, when he thought of the women around him, his wife, and his confidants, he would subconsciously not include Morongbing in his list, even though he had long regarded Morongbing as his woman. However, he and Morongbing were the kind of people who got on the train first and then bought the tickets later. Moreover, they did not have a strong relationship like Huan and Feng Tianwu. Now, there are only 300 years left until the promise I made with her. I'll try my best to bring Kerr back and look for her in 300 years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, a hint of guilt rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. As the saying goes, love grows with time. When the time comes, I'll slowly cultivate my feelings for her. When Duan Lingtian thought about Morongbing, he was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he felt a lot heavier. Unknowingly, he had been separated from Morongbing for more than 600 years. I wonder how she's doing now. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much about it. I'll just look for her when the time comes. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cleared his mind and focused on his current cultivation base. Although I've broken through the bottleneck and shouldn't encounter any obstacles when I break through to the intermediate Divine Emperor realm, the path to becoming a Divine Emperor is really difficult. Even if I have many Supreme Divine Pills to help me cultivate, it's still a drop in the bucket. I'll have to rely on the accumulation of time. Otherwise, unless you can obtain that kind of heaven-defying treasure of heaven and earth, or divine fruit, or medicinal ingredients that can be used to refine a divine pill with even stronger assistance. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and subconsciously began to cultivate. Since it was a long way from here to Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian and the other two did not continue to fly by themselves. Instead, they took Qin Wuyang's divine artifact flying ship back. Qin Wuyang's divine artifact flying ship was a divine emperor flying ship. It was very fast. At least, as long as he was not afraid of using up divine crystals, its speed would be much faster than Duan Lingtian's. Even if he teleported, he would not be able to catch up. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian lost track of time. It was not until Qin Wuyang's voice that he woke up from his cultivation. Duan Lingtian, we've arrived at Chunyang School. Along the way, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have encountered some problems in his cultivation. He had been cultivating on the divine artifact flying ship, so Duan Lingtian was not disturbed. However, when Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation, he saw Zhen Pingfan standing above the divine artifact flying ship with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for him. As for Qin Wuyang, he was still respectfully following behind Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, Duan Lingtian greeted them with a smile. They smiled back, especially Zhen Pingfan. He grinned and said, Duan Lingtian, your cultivation progress is much faster than I thought. Judging from your aura, you're at least 1/3 of the way from a lower Divine Emperor to a middle Divine Emperor. It's hard to believe that you've only become a lower Divine Emperor recently. Zhen Pingfan sighed and said, it's one thing to cultivate fast on the way to becoming a Divine Emperor because there are many talented disciples in Chunyang School. As long as they have enough divine elixirs, they can become divine emperors in a short time. However, if you want to go further after becoming a divine emperor, even if you have abundant resources, you need time to accumulate them. As far as I know, looking at the history of Chunyang School, I'm afraid there are only a few people who can compare with you. Even the ancestors of Chunyang School who can compare with you, without exception, are people who have had great opportunities. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you've also had great opportunities, haven't you? In the face of Zhen Pingfan's meaningful inquiry, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and said, I guess so. Don't worry. Zhen Pingfan seemed to see Duan Lingtian's uneasiness. He smiled faintly and said, individual opportunities are individual fortunes. I, Zhen Pingfan, won't have any ideas about you because of that. Moreover, most opportunities belong to individuals. Even if others are jealous and kill them, they won't necessarily get anything. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian's value isn't worth me taking such a risk. Zhen Pingfan's words were very direct and straightforward. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian was completely relieved. His impression of Zhen Pingfan also improved. Let's go. Follow me into Chunyang School. Zhen Pingfan smiled and said. Then, he walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian forward. At this moment, what appeared before Duan Lingtian was shockingly a lofty mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. At first glance, he could not see anything special about it at all. However, as Zhen Pingfan led him into the clouds and mist ahead, everything in front of him changed dramatically. In the next moment, many floating buildings that looked like heavenly palaces appeared in front of him. These buildings were suspended on floating islands. These floating islands were of different sizes. The surface area of the larger ones was not smaller than the area of Linghu City where the Linghu family lived. As for the smaller ones, they were only able to contain a single palace. However, there was still a large empty space around them. Greetings, Senior Granduncle. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the clouds and mist and appeared in this new world, an old figure appeared and bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfan. Yes, unlike the casual attitude he had when facing Qin Wuyang, Zhang Pingfan appeared to be indifferent and serious in front of this old man. At this moment, the old man nodded at Qin Wuyang and smiled. Senior brother Qin. Haha. Junior brother Wang. Have you been on duty recently? Qin Wuyang laughed. Obviously, they were quite familiar with each other. Yes. The old man nodded and then glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was beside Jin Pingfan. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he did not ask anything. He bowed again to Zhen Pingfan and then disappeared into the void as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could also sense that a few looming auras around them had retreated before they appeared. A patrol elder from Chunying School? A patrol disciple? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. As for the old man just now, he had the same identity token as Qin Wuyang. He was obviously Elder Lingshu of Chunying School, and his strength was comparable to Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan. The one just now is a disciple of one of my senior granduncles. At this moment, Qin Wuyang said to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, he can be considered one of us. He became Elder Lingshu 100 years ago. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Jin Pingfan and went all the way inside without any obstruction. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. Greetings, Elder Jingxiu. Greetings, Elder Qin. The leading figure was a tall, middle-aged man. After seeing Qin Wuyang and the identity token on Zhen Pingfan's waist, his pupils suddenly shrank. He then bowed respectfully to Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang. This person doesn't seem to know Elder Zhen. He only recognizes Elder Zhen's identity token. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. This is Elder Jingxiu of Chunying School, an Emperor God expert. Why don't you salute him? Do you people from Heavenly Illumination sect not know etiquette? As far as I know, you seem to be the Valley Master of Heavenly Illumination sect, right? In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned his head slightly to look at the elderly figure behind him and abruptly reprimanded him. This was an old man. Originally, his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, and there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. In the next moment, when he heard the middle-aged man's words, his expression changed drastically. An Emperor God expert? The moment his expression changed drastically, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on his face. His pupils shrank, and he was pleasantly surprised. Senior. Chapter 3940. Duan Lingtian would never forget the predicament he had encountered on his way to the mystic Handle Land in the realms of gods. At that time, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he had forcefully broken through the space barrier in the 9 Serenities battlefield and arrived at the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, as someone who had not even entered the godly spirit stage, it was as though he was treading on thin ice. However, since he could not find his way, he could only walk step by step in torment. At that time, what he was most worried about was not being discovered. Instead, he was worried that if he was discovered, the other party would kill him because he was weak. At that time, he was only a demigod. He was not even a lesser god. On the other hand, anyone who walked out of the realm battlefield was a god king or divine emperor. They could kill him with a snap of their fingers. It was precisely because of this that he suffered for a long time. He could not see any hope. It was as though there was a huge rock hanging in his heart, until he met a kind-hearted old man. When he said that he had accidentally entered the realm battlefield, the old man agreed to help him under his pleas. He personally sent him to the military camp in the realm battlefield. Then, he used the transportation formation in the military camp to arrive at the mystic Handle Land, saving his life in the realm battlefield. Heavenly Illumination Sect, Yi Beiyuan. This was the information that the old man had left behind about him. After arriving at the mystic Handle Land, he came to the Tunglong province where the Heavenly Illumination Sect was located. At the same time, he learned about the identity of his savior. Yi Beiyuan was the Valley Master of the Heavenly Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley. The Heavenly Illumination Sect was a divine emperor sect. Although there were no divine emperors in the sect, there were many divine emperors in history. It could be said that the Heavenly Illumination Sect was similar to the Tianlong clan in the Tunglong province. In the past, Duan Lingtian had thought about going to the Heavenly Illumination Sect to look for Yi Beiyuan in the future to repay his kindness. However, At that time, he did not even dare to wander around the Tonglong province, let alone repay his kindness. He was afraid that someone would attack him and he would not be able to defend himself. However, he had never imagined that he would meet his savior from the planar battlefield once more at this moment and in this situation. They met each other in Chunying School. Duan Lingtian. You know him? Jin Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. He never expected that an outsider who came to Chunying School and was not a member of the Tianlong clan would know Duan Lingtian. The person from Chunying School who led the way for Yi Beiyuan was also stunned at this time. Obviously, he did not expect the young man beside Elder Jingshu to know the person behind him, although he had never seen the purple-robed young man beside Elder Jingshu before. However, to be able to stand beside Elder Jingsu and stand side by side with her, it was clear how much Elder Jingsu valued him. Therefore, at this moment, the coldness he had toward Yi Beiyuan gradually faded away. He nodded and smiled awkwardly at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could see that the purple-clad young man before him was obviously respectful toward the people from the Heaven Illumination sect behind him. Little brother Lingtian, it's really you? At this time, Yi Beiyuan also recovered from Duan Lingtian Sr. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face was full of horror. Why, you're from Chunying School? Yes. In the face of Yi Beiyuan's inquiry, Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. I wasn't when I met you, Senior, but I am now. Little brother Lingtian? As Yi Beiyuan addressed Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man standing in front of him suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could this purple-robed young man be the monster from the Tianlong clan? If that was the case, it would explain why he would return with Elder Qin Wuyang and Elder Jingsu. Ever since the news of Duan Lingtian killing two middle-level godly emperors who had ambushed him in the Tianlong clan with the cultivation base of a low-level godly emperor had spread to Chunying School, the entire Chunying School basically knew about Duan Lingtian's existence, as long as they were not particularly ill-informed. Of course, many people thought that the people from the Tianlong clan must have been exaggerating. How could a godly emperor-level sect, which did not even have a godly emperor powerhouse, produce such a monster? Impossible. Of course, there were also some people who were skeptical. This included the middle-aged man himself. If he had been skeptical about the rumors about Duan Lingtian in the past, then he no longer doubted it now. If the rumors were false, would Elder Jingsu have personally brought Duan Lingtian to Chunying School? So it's brother Lingtian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and hurriedly saluted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the middle-aged man, then looked at Yi Beiyuan again and said to Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen, this is the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley, Senior Yi Beiyuan. Back then, when I mistakenly entered the dimensional battlefield, it was Senior Yi Beiyuan who sent me to the military camp of the dimensional battlefield. That was why I was able to come out safely. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal this. Senior Yi Beiyuan can be considered to be my savior. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Yi Beiyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression, unable to calm down for a long time. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Wasn't this young man just a demigod a few decades ago? How could he become a godly emperor in a few decades? However, Yi Beiyuan asked himself if he remembered wrongly. But what was going on? Not to mention that this young man had just entered Chunying School. Even if he was originally a disciple of Chunying School, it was impossible for him to go from a demigod who was not even a lower-ranked deity to a godly emperor in just a few decades, right? I see. Zhen Pingfan smiled in realization. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that you would meet your benefactor as soon as you arrived at the Pure Sun sect. It looks like the Pure Sun sect has a pretty good affinity with you. At this time, Yi Beiyuan's attention shifted from Duan Lingtian to Zhen Pingfan, and he bowed respectfully to him. Yi Beiyuan of Heaven Illumination sect greets Elder Jingsu. Greetings, Elder Lingshu. Yi Beiyuan did not recognize the identity token of Elder Jingshu, but he recognized the identity token of Elder Lingshu, Qin Wuyang. The person next to Duan Lingtian, the Chunying School elder who had just led him here, had told him that he was Elder Jingsu. Therefore, when he bowed to the other party now, he firmly remembered the identity token hanging on the other party's waist so that he would not be ignorant when he met Chunying School's Elder Jingsu in the future.
Yes,
Jinping Fan nodded and then asked curiously, "You're from Heaven Illumination Sect? So why did you come to Chunyang School? Is there a problem?" At this time, Duan Lingtian also looked at Yi Beiyuan. "Yes, senior. Why did you come to Chunyang School?" When Jun Fan asked the question, Yi Beiyuan's expression was obviously slightly conflicted. And when Duan Lingtian asked the question, his conflicted expression was obviously slightly moved. At the same time, before Yi Beiyuan could speak, the Chunyang school elder who had led him here spoke first. Elder Jing Su, Brother Ling Tian, Valley Master Yi came to Chunyang school to beg young Master Silin to spare the lives of his disciples. His disciples offended young Master Silin and are now imprisoned at young Master Silin's place. They are being tortured, and I'm afraid it won't be long before they die. At the end of his words, the Chunyang school elder sighed. If it were any other time, he would not have taken the initiative to say these words. However, Elder Jing Su was present now, and she was obviously on Duan Lingtian's side and had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Yi Beiyuan was Duan Lingtian's savior. He was worried that if he did not take the initiative to say this and let Yi Beiyuan say it, he might vent his anger on Elder Jing Su in front of him. Upon hearing the Chunyang school elder's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Qin Wuyang also frowned. Jinping Fan was the only one who asked faintly, "How did he offend young Master Silin?" When the Chunyang school elder heard this, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Beiyuan. "I'm not too sure about this. You'll have to ask Valley Master Yi." Valley Master Yi came to Chunyang school this time to plead with young Master Silin, but he was kicked out. "I happened to be on duty nearby today, so Elder Lu Hui, who serves young Master Silin, asked me to expel. Well, send him out." As the Chunyang school elder's voice fell, Yi Beiyuan looked at Jinping Fan and said respectfully, "Elder Jing Su, my disciple took a fancy to something outside and paid the divine crystals in advance. Before he could get the thing, young Master Silin took a fancy to it. He was not sensible enough to sell it, so he had a conflict with young Master Silin. In this matter, it was his fault for offending young Master Silin due to his lack of foresight. Now, young Master Silin has also ruthlessly tortured him. I think he has learned his lesson and will not make the same mistake again. I came here in the hope that young Master Silin would spare his life. However, young Master Silin said that when he had enough fun, if my insensible disciple was not dead, he would throw him out of Chunyang school." Yi Beiyuan's face turned slightly red at the end of his words. Apparently, some qi and blood rushed to his head, but he forcibly suppressed it. "That's it?" Zhen Pingfan asked faintly. "Yes." Yi Beiyuan nodded solemnly. "In front of you, Elder Jing Su, even if I, Yi Beiyuan, had a few guts, I would not dare to lie." Duan Lingtian's brows furrowed slightly at this moment. Just because of such a small matter, that person named Silin from Chunyang School brought Senior Yi Beiyuan's disciple back to Chunyang School and tortured him to death? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also felt a little agitated. He felt that the other party had gone too far. "You saved Duan Lingtian's life." Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Beiyuan and went straight to the point. "Today, I saved the life of your disciple. Duan Lingtian owes you a life-saving grace, so we'll call it even from now on. What do you think?" As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was shocked. "Elder Zhen, Elder Jing Su." However, as soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Yi Beiyuan also spoke in a timely manner. He looked at Zhen Pingfan with a solemn expression and said seriously, "When I helped little brother Ling Tian back then, it was just a small effort. I definitely don't dare to say that I saved his life. However, if Elder can save my disciple, as long as Elder needs me for anything in the future, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, even if you ask me to die, I, Yi Beiyuan, won't frown at all." As he finished speaking, Yi Beiyuan bowed deeply to Jinping Fan. Chapter 3941. Yi Beiyuan's heartfelt words made Jinping Fan take a few more glances at him. Then, he said nonchalantly, "In that case, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinping Fan took the lead and stepped into the air. Duan Lingtian, Qin Wuyang, and Yi Beiyuan followed him immediately. For a moment, only the Chunyang school elder who was about to leave with Yi Beiyuan was left standing on the spot. His eyes gleamed as he watched Zhen Pingfan's departing figure. Earlier, Duan Lingtian addressed this person as Elder Zhen. Elder Qin Wuyang was also following behind him. It's obvious that they have a close relationship. Could it be that this person is our Chunyang School's Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen? As he muttered to himself, the Chunyang School elder's eyes suddenly lit up. This person is the most elusive among the Jingshu elders. I didn't expect to meet this Elder Zhen today thanks to Yi Beiyuan from the Heaven Illumination sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know what the Chunyang School elder was thinking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was asking Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen, who is this young Master Shalin that Senior Yi Beiyuan mentioned? He's the great-grandson of one of my senior brothers. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly and said, at the same time, he's also one of the most outstanding young prodigies in Chunyang School. However, when he was your age, he was far inferior to you. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian immediately realized what kind of person the other party was. He was the great-grandson of Zhen Pingfan's senior brother. Zhen Pingfan was the Pure Sun sect's Elder Jingshu, a celestial monarch expert. The fact that his senior martial brother could survive until now meant that he wasn't just a deity emperor, he was most likely a celestial monarch expert. And the young Master Selene that Senior Yi Beiyuan spoke of was precisely the great-grandson of such a person. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Qin Wuyang spoke up as well. That's because Lan Shilin is the only surviving descendant of Senior Granduncle Lan. That's why he dotes on him a lot. On top of that, Lan Shilin is one of the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in Chunyang School. That's why he's so arrogant. Of course, he has the right to be arrogant. When Qin Wuyang said this, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Beiyuan behind him. When Yi Beiyuan heard this, he naturally revealed a bitter smile and helplessness. Not to mention his disciples, even Yi Beiyuan himself and the Heaven Illumination sect could not afford to offend such a person. Lan Shilin was the only descendant of an Emperor God expert in Chunyang School. If anything happened to him, the Emperor God expert in Chunyang School would go crazy. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what kind of person Lan Shilin was. Little Yang, where's his cultivation place? When they arrived at the side of a vast floating island, Zhen Pingfan stopped and looked down at the floating island in front of them, which was shrouded in clouds and mist, as he asked Qin Wuyang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw that most of the floating island was filled with mountains and rivers. It looked no different from the natural world outside. Within these mountains and rivers, there were mansions that were separated by mountains and rivers. I don't know either. Qin Wuyang smiled awkwardly. I haven't been to Lan Shilin's residence either. Yi Beiyuan, you lead the way. Then, Qin Wuyang turned to look at Yi Beiyuan. Although Yi Beiyuan was not from Chunyang School, he had just come from Lan Shilin's place, so he probably remembered the way back to Lan Shilin's residence. Yes, Elder Qin. Now that Yi Beiyuan had learned Qin Wuyang's name from Duan Lingtian, he no longer called him Elder Lingshu. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way in front. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the other two followed Yi Beiyuan and landed on the floating island in front of them. Elder Zhen, since you haven't been to Lan Shilin's cultivation place, how do you know that his cultivation place is here? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Because this island is the cultivation place of my senior brother's disciples, Zhen Pingfan said, including my senior brother, all the disciples of his branch, as long as they are in the Pure Sun sect, are all cultivating here. This floating island belongs to my senior martial brother. The patrolling elders and disciples on it are all members of his bloodline. They're not assigned to duty by the sect. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Who is it? Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two followed Qin Wuyang and landed on the island, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, an elderly figure appeared at the right time. This was an old man of medium build. After he appeared, his gaze fell on Yi Beiyuan and he said calmly, Didn't junior brother Shilin tell you to get lost? You came back. Are you not afraid of death? Humph. Just as Yi Beiyuan heard the other party's threat and felt a little embarrassed, Qin Wuyang took a step forward and suddenly let out a cold snort. You are getting more and more unruly. As soon as Qin Wuyang said this, The old man on the other side noticed him. After a slight change in expression, he said with an embarrassed expression, "Martial Uncle Qin, what brings you here?" Although the old man looked about the same age as Qin Wuyang, his seniority was lower than Qin Wuyang's by a lot. Moreover, his status in Chunyang school was not as high as Qin Wuyang's. Therefore, in front of Qin Wuyang, he appeared to be respectful and humble. "I came here with martial uncle," Qin Wuyang said calmly. When the old man who was called Hu Er heard Qin Wuyang's words, his pupils shrank sharply. Then, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and fell on Zhan Pingfan. "Hu Er? You are the second disciple of Xiao Jian?" When Hu Er's gaze fell on him, Zhan Pingfan looked at Hu Er with interest and asked with a faint smile. Xiao Jian was Hu Er's master. Like Qin Wuyang, he was also Zhan Pingfan's grandnephew. You are Zhen, ancestor?" After Hu Er came back to his senses, his body suddenly trembled. Then, he knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Zhan Pingfan. Hu Er greets ancestor. This was the first time Hu Er saw Zhan Pingfan. Although it was the first time he saw him, he had heard of this Jingshu elder more than once. This person was the junior brother of the strongest ancestor in their lineage. It was said that his strength was not inferior to that ancestor in their lineage. "Okay, take us to Shilin boy." Lan Shilin was Hu Er's junior brother. Zhan Pingfan had never seen Hu Er, but he had seen Lan Shilin. After all, Lan Shilin was the only descendant of his senior brother. In terms of status, Hu Er, an ordinary disciple of his senior brother's lineage, could not compare with him. "Yes, ancestor." Hearing this, Hu Er quickly stood up and led the way in front. At the same time, his heart was full of confusion. What was going on? Why did the guy from the Heavenly Illumination sect come back? Moreover, he brought Ancestor Zhen with him. He also knew Ancestor Zhen? Junior brother Shilin. Without any hesitation, while leading Zhan Pingfan and the others, Hu Er directly sent a message to Lan Shilin. "The old man from the Heavenly Illumination sect who left with you just now has come back." He dares to come back? On the other side, a message was immediately sent back to Hu Er. "Senior brother Hu Er, since he wants to die, just fulfill his wish." I don't believe that he dares to fight back in Chunyang school. The reason why Lan Shilin added the latter part was that he knew that his senior brother's strength was at most similar to the old man from the Heavenly Illumination sect. They were both middle-level divine emperors. "Junior brother Shilin, you can't kill him. You can't kill him." Hu Er hurriedly sent a message. "I'm sending you a message about him, not him. Do you know who else is with him now that he's back?" "Who?" The message from the other side sounded lazy. "Why? Did he find someone to help him? Doesn't he know my status in Chunyang school? And who dares to stand up for him? Doesn't he know that the person he offended is me, Lan Shilin?" Hearing this message, Hu Er was almost scared to tears. "Junior brother Shilin, don't talk nonsense. The person who followed him here is Ancestor Zhen." Hu Er was really anxious now. "Ancestor Zhen? Who is that?" On the other side, Lan Shilin was obviously still in a daze. Qin Wuyang and Uncle Qin are his followers. Their surname is Zhen, and I call them Ancestor. Who else could it be? Hu Er said with a bitter smile. This time, Lan Shilin was silent for a moment before he sent another message. His voice was urgent and sharp. "Impossible. He's just a middle-level divine emperor from the Heavenly Illumination sect. How could he alarm that ancestor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lan Shilin's tone was full of disbelief. "I can't believe it either." Hu Er smiled bitterly. "But the problem is that the ancestor is behind me now. I'll be there soon. Quickly bring Elder Lu Hui out to welcome me." At Hu Er's reminder, two figures soared into the sky from a mansion not far away that looked like a paradise. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. The person in the lead was a young man in a snow-white robe. The young man's face was handsome and cold. He was tall and had an extraordinary temperament as he stood there. Behind him was an old man who was blind in one eye. The old man's body was withered and thin, but he was extremely sturdy. He stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, after a while, the young man in the lead bowed respectfully to Zhan Pingfan. Lan Shilin greets the ancestor. According to Chunyang School's rules, if it was the first time one met the ancestor who was more than 3 generations away, one had to kneel down and greet him. The next time one met him, one only had to bow. On the other hand, Lan Shilin had seen Jin Pingfan a long time ago, and more than once at that. He recognized Jin Pingfan at a glance just now. Lan Shilin greets Uncle Qin. After greeting Jin Pingfan, Lan Shilin bowed to Qin Wuyang, who was behind Jin Pingfan. "Shilin boy, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years. I didn't expect you to have stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm." Jin Pingfan smiled faintly. Chapter 3942. I only broke through about 100 years ago. Lan Shilin replied to Jin Pingfan with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Beiyuan from the corner of his eyes, who was looking at him nervously from the side. Does this Yi Beiyuan really know this old ancestor? Why didn't he say so earlier? If he did, I would have released his disciple a long time ago. At this moment, Lan Shilin couldn't help but curse Yi Beiyuan in his heart. Is it necessary to disturb this old ancestor for such a trivial matter? This old ancestor was an existence that even his great-grandfather had to treat with respect. It was because the old ancestor was not only strong, but his elder was also one of the few void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. He was a mid-level god emperor. Jin Pingfan nodded with a smile. "Greetings, martial granduncle." At the same time, the old man behind Lan Shilin also took 2 steps forward and bowed to Lan Shilin respectfully. Jin Pingfan's attitude towards this elder named Lu Hui was rather indifferent. However, the other party didn't take it seriously because there was a huge difference between their statuses. Moreover, even if he was an elder of Chunyang School, his status was still far superior to Qin Wuyang, who was standing behind Jin Pingfan. "Senior martial brother Qin." After Jin Pingfan responded indifferently, Lu Hui looked at Qin Wuyang and greeted him. "Junior martial brother Lu Hui, long time no see." Qin Wuyang replied with a smile. Even if the other party had a humble background, he was still an elder of Spirit Void sect. Qin Wuyang naturally couldn't look down on him like he did when he was still a child. "Old ancestor, martial uncle Qin, why did you come to look for me?" Lan Shilin asked with a smile. "Little Yang, you tell us," Jin Pingfan said lazily. Upon hearing that, Qin Wuyang took a step forward and went to Yi Beiyuan's side. Then, he said to Lan Shilin and Lu Hui, "Before we talk, let me introduce someone to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the other side of Yi Beiyuan, and said loudly, "This is the young genius Duan Lingtian, whom martial granduncle and I invited from the Tianlong clan. As for who Duan Lingtian is, I believe you have already heard of him. So, I won't introduce him." Lan Shilin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and Lu Hui's expression turned slightly solemn. Qin Wuyang continued to introduce the 2 people before Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, this is my junior nephew, Lan Shilin. As for this person, he is my junior brother, Lu Hui," Qin Wuyang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and added, "Lu Hui came from a humble background. It's all thanks to my martial granduncle's nurturing that he has today." After martial nephew Lan Shilin was born, Lu Hui, who was originally serving tea with martial granduncle, was sent to martial nephew Lan Shilin's side. Not only was he his guide, but he was also his protector. In Chunyang School, many people treat Lu Hui as Lan Shilin's shadow. As soon as Qin Wuyang said that, Duan Lingtian understood. However, on the surface, he still greeted the 2 of them with a smile. "Duan Lingtian greets the 2 of you." After all, he had not gone through the procedures to enter Chunyang School. Therefore, he did not address the 2 of them as senior martial brothers or martial granduncle. Instead, he casually cupped his hands as a form of greeting. "Duan Lingtian, I, Lan Shilin, have long heard of your great name." Lan Shilin smiled. "I've heard a lot about you." Compared to Lan Shilin's smiling face, Lu Hui seemed a little indifferent. However, he still nodded at Duan Lingtian. It was not considered rude. Of course, Duan Lingtian could also tell that it was only because Jin Pingfan was present today. Otherwise, this elder Lingshu named Lu Hui might not have bothered with him. After Duan Lingtian greeted the two of them, Qin Wuyang looked at Yi Beiyuan, who was beside him. As for this person, he's Valley Master Yi of the Heaven Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian is indebted to him for saving his life. Today, I coincidentally met him and found out about some misunderstanding between him and Marshal nephew Lan Shilin. For Duan Lingtian's sake, Marshal Granduncle plans to step in and help him. At this point, Qin Wuyang took a deep look at Lan Shilin. Marshal nephew Lan Shilin, this shouldn't make things difficult for you, right? No, of course not. Lan Shilin responded immediately. I didn't know that Valley Master Yi had such a relationship with Duan Lingtian. If I had known, there definitely wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. Duan Lingtian is a genius that Chunyang School has wanted to recruit for a long time. Valley Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As Lan Shilin spoke, he looked at Yi Beiyuan with a smile on his face. He looked like a completely different person compared to when Yi Beiyuan had first met him. Although Yi Beiyuan had personally experienced the reality, he did not feel anything. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he still could not see through this, then he would really have lived in vain. This world was a world where the strong were respected. The reason why Lan Shilin cooperated today was because of Elder Jingxiu, Jinping Fan. Jinping Fan was not only Chunyang School's Elder Jingxiu, but also an Emperor God powerhouse. He was also the junior brother of Lan Shilin's biggest backer. He was an elder 3 generations away from Lan Shilin. Marshal Uncle Lu Hui, invite brothers Hua over to reunite with Valley Master Yi. Immediately after, Lan Shilin turned to look at Lu Hui behind him and called out. As for Lu Hui, after bidding farewell to Jinping Fan, he turned around and left. As soon as Lu Hui left, Lan Shilin looked at Yi Beiyuan and Duan Lingtian with a smile. His gaze wandered between the two of them. Duan Lingtian, Valley Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. If I had known that Brother Zhua was the disciple of Duan Lingtian's savior, Valley Master Yi, I definitely wouldn't have snatched anything from him. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lan Shilin repeated continuously. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he only smiled faintly. As for Yi Beiyuan, although the anger in his heart had yet to subside, on the surface, he repeatedly agreed with Lan Shilin, because he knew that at this time, he had to be tactful. Otherwise, even if the other party let his disciple go today, who knew if the other party would bring up old scores after this? Perhaps it would be impossible for the other party to attack him and his disciple for the time being. However, what about after a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years? Once this matter was gradually forgotten, Lan Shilin could then find someone to kill him and even his disciples, who would know that he, Lan Shilin, was the one who did it. He's here. As Lan Shilin's voice rang out, Lu Hui appeared once again. This time, a tall and burly young man came out with Lu Hui. Although he looked as if nothing had happened to him, his face was unusually pale. The robe on his body was also brand new and spotless. It was obvious that he had just changed. However, everyone present, even Duan Lingtian, who had a weaker cultivation base, could sense that this person's aura was weak and unstable without using divine consciousness to probe. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured earlier. Master. After the burly young man appeared, he went in front of Yi Beiyuan and knelt on the ground. It was only when Yi Beiyuan helped him up that he slowly stood up. You have offended young Master Lan Shilin. Now, apologize to young Master Lan Shilin properly. After Yi Beiyuan helped him up, he scolded him. As for the burly young man, although there was some unwillingness in his eyes, he still took a deep breath in the end. He turned around and said to Lan Shilin, Young Master Lan Shilin, it was Wu Zhongtong who did not recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive him. It's all right. We're all on the same side, Lan Shilin smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again. However, when Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again, although there was a smile on his face and his gaze was relatively calm, there was still some imperceptible coldness in the depths of his eyes. Jinping Fan noticed this coldness, but after glancing at Lan Shilin indifferently, he did not say anything. At least, As far as he could see, Lan Shalin had acted sensibly enough. He had given him, the venerable ancestor, a lot of face. He could not force Jin Pingfan to not feel even the slightest bit of displeasure. "Thank you, Brother Duan." Zhuo Zhongtong turned his body slightly and bowed to Duan Lingtian to thank him. Compared to his insincere thanks to Lan Shalin earlier, he was now full of sincerity. Seeing this difference, an imperceptible cold light flashed through Lan Shalin's eyes once more. "If you want to thank someone, you should thank Senior Yi Beiyuan," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "If he hadn't helped me out on a whim in the dimensional battlefield back then, I wouldn't have known him today. It's not good for me to meddle in other people's business." Hearing this, Lan Shalin subconsciously looked at Yi Beiyuan with a hint of guilt in his eyes. "Little brother Ling Tian." At this moment, Yi Beiyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It's your first time in Chunyang School, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. My good-for-nothing disciple, and I won't stay to disturb you any longer. We'll return to the Heaven Illumination sect now. You're welcome to visit the Heaven Illumination sect at any time. As for anything else, you can contact me through transmission. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse." Yi Beiyuan was prepared to leave with his disciple now. Therefore, after exchanging soul orbs with Duan Lingtian, he left with his disciple, Zhuo Zhongtong. Duan Lingtian also smiled and said goodbye to Yi Beiyuan. He did not say anything else. Since they had exchanged soul orbs, they could contact each other through transmission at any time. There was no need to rush anything. "Little brother Ling Tian, it's your first time here. Why don't I arrange a place for you to cultivate on this floating island?" After Yi Beiyuan and his disciple left, Lan Shalin looked at Duan Lingtian enthusiastically and extended an invitation. This time, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Qin Weiyang spoke first. "Junior nephew Lan Shalin, there's no need to trouble you with this. Before Marshal Granduncle and I went to Chunyang School, we've already prepared a place for Duan Lingtian to cultivate on our floating island." When Qin Weiyang said this, a hint of vigilance flashed through his eyes as he looked at Lan Shalin. "If that's the case, it's such a pity." Lan Shalin sighed. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Little brother Lingtian, you've just arrived at Chunyang School, so there must be many things you don't understand. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can look for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his soul orb and exchanged it for Duan Lingtian's soul orb with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 39-43. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Lan Shalin, even if Lan Shalin was acting very cordially. However, he knew very well that this was all because he came with Jin Pingfan. If he was alone, he would not have received such treatment. Lan Shalin might not even let Yi Beiyuan's disciples Zhuo Zhongtong go for his sake. Even if Qin Weiyang came with him alone, Lan Shalin might not let Zhuo Zhongtong go so easily, let alone if he was alone. Because Jin Pingfan came personally, he was very cooperative and cooperated unconditionally. Because he knew that he had no choice but to cooperate. "Thank you for sure." Although he did not like Lan Shalin, Duan Lingtian did not refuse Lan Shalin's cordiality and his request to exchange soul orbs. No matter what, he had to give Jin Pingfan and Qin Weiyang face. Moreover, he was new here, and it was not suitable to offend someone with a strong background like Lan Shalin at this time. "You're all young people. You can interact more in the future." Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lan Shalin had exchanged soul orbs, Jin Pingfan said to Lan Shalin with a smile. Lan Shalin naturally replied, "Yes, for sure. Let's go." Jin Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian and Qin Weiyang. At the same time, he said goodbye to Lan Shalin. "Young Lan Shalin, we'll be leaving first. Farewell, elder ancestor. Farewell, junior uncle Qin. Brother Lingtian, see you later." Lan Shalin smiled and said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and the other two. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian in the end, his gaze turned a little cold when he finished speaking. In the next moment, he turned around and returned to his residence. As for Lu Hui, he naturally followed after him at the first moment. As for Hu Er, he had already left. Bang! After returning to the courtyard of his residence, Lan Shalin raised his hand and smashed a pavilion in the courtyard, turning it into dust. Lu Hui stood behind him, and watched everything silently. You've just arrived at Chunyang School, and you dare to interfere with my Lan Shiline's business. Damn it. At this moment, Lan Shilin no longer had his previous gentleness. All that was left was endless rage. His originally handsome face had also become somewhat ferocious and twisted in an instant. When have I, Lan Shilin, ever suffered such a huge loss since I was born? What's more, it's a silent loss. Lan Shilin's heart was twisted as well. After leaving the floating island where Lan Shilin and the others were, Duan Lingtian followed Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang and passed by many floating islands. In the end, they appeared outside a floating island that was slightly larger than the one Lan Shilin was on. Along the way, they also met some students from Chunyang School. They all greeted Qin Wuyang respectfully. The few who could recognize Elder Jingshu's identity token also bowed respectfully to Jinping Fan and called him Elder Jingshu. However, they did not seem to know which Elder Jingshu this was. For a moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that not everyone in Chunyang School could recognize Jinping Fan. Grand-granduncle is a mysterious figure in our Chunyang School. He usually only moves around our floating island and rarely goes out. As if he saw Duan Lingtian's doubts, Qin Wuyang explained to him in a timely manner. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. Greetings, grand-granduncle, senior brother Qin. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered the floating island in front of them, a middle-aged man flashed in the void. However, he was different from the people they had met before. He obviously recognized Jinping Fan and bowed to Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang repeatedly. Duan Lingtian, this is a disciple of a senior brother of mine. His name is Zhao Lu. Jinping Fan saw the middle-aged man in front of him and did not greet him. He directly introduced him to Duan Lingtian. Although he is little Yang Yang's junior brother and is also an elder Jingshu, his strength is still stronger than little Yang Yang's. In the future, if you have any problems, you can also look for him. You can exchange soul beads with each other, Jinping Fan said. Hearing Jinping Fan's words, Duan Lingtian quickly took out his soul bead. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Lu also immediately took out his soul bead. So you are Duan Lingtian. After exchanging soul beads, Zhao Lu smiled brightly. Hello, I am Zhao Lu, an elder Jingshu like senior brother Qin. I should be able to become a Jade Void Elder in 100 years. The Jade Void Elders of the Chunyang School were all top-level, high-level Divine Emperors. Their strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. As for Elder Jingshu, he was slightly weaker, only comparable to the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian repeatedly greeted Zhao Lu with a smile on his face. He knew that since Jinping Fan had asked him to exchange soul beads with Zhao Lu, Jinping Fan valued Zhao Lu. At least in Jinping Fan's eyes, Zhao Lu was a more reliable person compared to him. Duan Lingtian, I haven't been out for a long time. Now that I'm back, I'm going to say hello to my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Jinping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Next, these two boys will arrange your accommodation. I'll talk to you later when I'm free. Although the journey from Tianfeng City to Chunyang School was spent on the Divine Artifact spaceship, the journey from the Tianlong clan to Linghu City and from Linghu City to Tianfeng City was different. During those two journeys, Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan chatted happily. Duan Lingtian even told Jinping Fan a lot of interesting things about Earth in his previous life, as well as all kinds of new things that Jinping Fan did not know about. This made Jinping Fan very curious about Earth. At one point, he made an agreement with Duan Lingtian that after 300 years, when the space channel between the lower dimensions and the planes of gods opened, Duan Lingtian would take him to Earth for a tour. Duan Lingtian, as an adult who came from Earth, did not have much of a sense of hierarchy. Along the way, he seemed to have forgotten that Jinping Fan was an emperor god expert, a lofty existence in Chunyang School. He chatted with him like a friend. Under such circumstances, the relationship between the two of them became closer. At the very least, Jinping Fan no longer valued him as an outstanding junior disciple. Okay, Duan Lingtian responded casually. When Qin Wuyang saw Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan talking so casually, he was used to it. However, Zhao Lu was stunned. Don't be surprised. Qin Wuyang saw Zhao Lu's surprise and explained with a smile, Marshall Granduncle and Duan Tian hit it off at first sight. They're no different from friends. In the future, unless Duan Tian becomes a disciple of someone, it'll be difficult to give him any seniority. Qin Wuyang's smile turned into a bitter one when he said this. A brat who was not even 3,000 years old was friends with his martial granduncle, and his martial granduncle treated him as an equal. If Duan Tian did not become a disciple of someone, how would he be regarded as a disciple in the future? After listening to Qin Wuyang's explanation, Zhao Lu nodded woodenly. After a while, he came back to his senses and led Duan Tian inside with Qin Wuyang. Elder Qin, didn't you say that you've already arranged a place for me to stay? Duan Tian was stunned when he saw Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu pointing at some of the buildings on the floating island and asking him which one he liked. This was because Qin Wuyang had said in front of Lan Shilin that he'd already arranged a place for him to stay. That was just to appease that brat Lan Shilin. Qin Wuyang smiled. That brat wants you to stay with him. Even if he's not trying to make things difficult for you, he's definitely trying to rope you into his faction. Marshal Granduncle and I invited you here. If you go to his faction, we'll be at a great disadvantage. Duan Tian, although you have the right to make your own choice, and Junior Granduncle and I can't force you to stay, I still want to tell you that it's better for you to stay in our progeny than the other progenies. Perhaps the other factions have resources and environments that aren't inferior to ours, but which Jingshu elder in their faction can treat you as an equal like our martial granduncle? Qin Wuyang brought up Jinping Fan in order to rope in Duan Tian and make Duan Tian stay with their faction. They were the ones who'd invited Duan Tian back. However, if people from the other factions knew that Duan Tian had come to Chunyang School, they would most likely try to rope him in. At that time, even if Duan Tian chose to go to the other factions, they could only suffer in silence. There was nothing they could do. With a genius like Duan Tian and the upcoming 7 Prefectures banquet, as long as he didn't want to, their faction really couldn't force Duan Tian to stay. Duan Tian saw Qin Wuyang's concern and shook his head with a smile. Elder Qin, you don't have to say so much. I came back with you in Elderjin. In this Chunyang school, I'm the closest to you. If I don't stay with your faction, which faction will I stay with? Moreover, I'll remember all the good you and Elderjin have done for me. Duan Tian said. When he heard Duan Tian's words, a bright smile appeared on Qin Wuyang's face. I knew you're not a heartless person. Although Duan Tian felt that Qin Wuyang's words were a little strange, he didn't correct him. Under the guidance of Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu, he continued to choose his residence. Zhao Lu was actually a little worried before, because he had just confirmed with Qin Wuyang that Duan Tian had killed 2 mid-level divine emperors in succession when he was a lower-level divine emperor in the Tianlong clan. And it was even more dangerous than the rumors said. At that time, he knew that Duan Tian's value was enough to attract the attention of all factions in Chunyang School. He was also wondering if Duan Tian would be lured away by one of the factions. Some factions in Chunyang School were unscrupulous. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Now, after hearing Duan Tian's attitude in front of Qin Wuyang, he immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he also found Duan Tian more pleasing to the eye. Let's go there. After about 10 breaths, Duan Tian's eyes fixed on a place. Chapter 39-44. The mansion that Duan Tian had his eyes on was a mansion that was situated beside a mountain. It was not big, but it was not small either. The front and back of the mansion were arranged in picturesque disorder. When one looked down, it was like a painting. When Qin Wuyang saw that Duan Tian had his eyes on the mansion in front of him, he said with a smile, Duan Tian, you really have good taste. This mansion was built not long ago. It's one of the mansions that we're going to use for the new disciples. It's also the one with the best environment. I didn't expect you to choose it at first glance. Qin Wuyang praised. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Duan Tian arrived first and chose this mansion. This shows that he has a connection with this mansion. Zhao Lu chimed in from the side. Just like that, Duan Tian settled down at the Chunyang School. Duan Tian, feel free to look for me if you need anything. Zhao Lu said to Duan Tian, as for your entry procedures, I'll take you to them tomorrow. Senior brother Qin, you must be tired from the journey. Take a rest. There's no need for you to personally take Duan Lingtian to the entry procedures. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lu turned to Qin Wuyang and said. Qin Wuyang laughed when he heard this. Junior brother Zhao, you really care about me. Duan Lingtian, you'll go with junior brother Zhao tomorrow to complete the entry procedures. Also, if there's anything else, you can contact me and junior brother Zhao. If we can't handle it, you can look for Martial Granduncle. In the Tianlong clan, there's basically nothing that Martial Granduncle can't handle. At this point, Qin Wuyang seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face faded a little. Of course, you should also understand that if it's not a matter of bullying, it's not convenient for Martial Granduncle to intervene if it's just a competition between peers. Of course, if it's a competition between peers, you, Duan Lingtian, won't be afraid of anyone. Qin Wuyang chuckled as he spoke. Other people, even those who had seen Duan Lingtian kill the two mid-level god emperors in the floating image pearl, might think that there was a reason why Duan Lingtian could kill them so easily. Perhaps, the two of them were already heavily injured? Duan Lingtian was just taking advantage of the situation. He had thought of this before, but after he went to the Tianlong clan and inquired a few times, he got a very definite answer. Duan Lingtian had killed two middle-level divine emperors at their peak. Moreover, neither of the two middle-level god emperors was weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Elder Qin, don't worry. I know what to do even if you don't remind me. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, disciples of the same sect compete with peers. No matter who loses, it's because he's not as skilled as the other. Naturally, it's not good to rely on one's background to get others to interfere. That's the principle. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so sensible and tactful, Qin Wuyang's smile became even brighter. Of course, with Martial Granduncle here, you don't have to worry about the other party's elders making things difficult for you. If the other party's elders dare to make things difficult for you, then he'll be out of luck. A cold grin flickered across Qin Wuyang's lips as he finished his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He had never imagined that he would have such a powerful backer like Zhenping Fan when he had just entered the Chunyang school, one of the top sects in Tunglung province. Based on what he knew about Zhenping Fan was not only a second-generation powerhouse in the Chunyang school, but also a powerhouse himself. Moreover, the Chunyang school's sect leader was his junior brother. After a while, Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu said their goodbyes and left. Duan Lingtian also entered his own mansion and went into the inner room. Of course, before Zhao Lu left, he also told Duan Lingtian how to activate the formation in the mansion. This would also tell others that this mansion had an owner. At the same time, the name Duan Lingtian was engraved on a blank stone tablet in front of the mansion's gate. Duan Lingtian had listened to Zhao Lu and written it himself. In the mansion, there was a front yard, a backyard, and a pond in the backyard. There were many flowers and plants planted in the backyard. Duan Lingtian could recognize some of them as medicinal herbs. As for the front yard, it was basically paved with bluestone bricks. There was a small hill, and not far from the hill, there was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a large stone table and 6 stone benches. The environment is really good. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he entered the largest room in the mansion. It was also the master's room. It could be said that the mansion he was currently living in was the best place he had lived in since he arrived in the mystic stellar land in the realms of gods. Oh, right. I should remind Elder Qin about the divine void-piercing shuttle. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sent the message to Qin Wuyang to inform him about the divine void-piercing shuttle. Qin Wuyang immediately replied that he would immediately send a message to the divine weapon master he was familiar with. Actually, there's no need to rush. Elder Qin, you've just returned. You can rest for a while before you look for the divine void-piercing shuttle. Duan Lingtian quickly added, feeling slightly embarrassed by Qin Wuyang's cooperation. However, even so, Qin Wuyang still replied to him in less than 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian, I've already spoken to him. However, he's not in the sect right now. He'll only be back after some time. Also, he doesn't have the materials needed to refine the divine void-piercing shuttle. Since he's not back yet, I'll help you look for them. Qin Wuyang said. Thank you, Elder Qin. Duan Lingtian thanked Qin Wuyang profusely. Elder Qin, I'll give you divine crystals when the time comes. There's no need for that. Qin Wuyang said nonchalantly, the materials needed to refine the divine void-piercing shuttle aren't that valuable. I, Qin Wuyang, can still afford to give you these things. Just treat it as my gift for sending you into the pure sun sect and into our faction. Duan Lingtian wanted to insist, but Qin Wuyang was even more insistent. In the end, he could only agree helplessly. However, in his heart, he thought that he would refine some divine pills that would be useful to Qin Wuyang in return. After ending his communication with Qin Wuyang, Duan Lingtian began to think about his current situation. I'm in Chunying School now, not in the Tianlong clan. There are more experts here. Moreover, the branch that I am in now is a branch that has an expert of the Middle God Emperor realm. I'm afraid I won't be able to hide from him if I refine the ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill here. It seems like I can only refine the ultimate King-grade divine pill in Chunying School. If I want to refine the ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill, I'll have to refine it after I leave. Fortunately, I'm new here, and I don't have any enemies in Chunying School. I don't have to be as careful as when I was in the Tianlong clan. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of someone. That's right. Yang Qinya, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, is also in Chunying School. A large number of the higher-ups of the Thousand Demons sect were killed by the Tianlong clan because I was attacked by the men of sacrifice. I wonder if his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, was among them. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the Tianlong clan sect leader, Long Qingchong, who was in the Tianlong clan, to inquire about the situation. The response he received was that the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect was still alive. Previously, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect was not among the higher-ups who were killed by Shui Mingji, the deputy sect leader of the Tianlong clan. Since that's the case, I don't have any deep hatred for him. He might target me. However, he shouldn't want to take my life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, even if he wants to take my life, he needs to have the ability to do so, unless he relies on his backer in Chunying School to kill me. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. At that time, Elder Lingshu, Zhao Lu, would take him to complete the procedures for entering the Chunying School. Just as Duan Lingtian settled down and began to cultivate, Yang Qinya, the young sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, who was also in Chunying School, received the news. Duan Lingtian has already come to Chunying School, and he has entered Elder Qin Wuyang's Yun Peak? Yang Qinya sat cross-legged on the bed, his expression gloomy and unsightly. He also knew about the recent changes in the Thousand Demons sect. Shui Mingji, the deputy sect leader of the Tianlong clan, went to the Thousand Demons sect and said that he wanted to investigate the matter of the Shenhuang death squad entering the Tianlong clan to kill Duan Lingtian. In the end, he found a group of high-ranking officials led by the supreme elder of the Thousand Demons sect, Du Zhan, and killed them all. In addition, his childhood friend Du Pejuan, who was in the Tianlong clan, and Du Qianjun, whom he regarded as his younger brother, were also executed one by one after the death of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. This was because they were the grandchildren of Kuang Tianjing's junior brother, Du Zhan, who had the same master as Kuang Tianjing. They belonged to Kuang Tianjing's branch. Of course, he didn't know about the latter matter before. Some time ago, his father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, told him about it. The reason why he didn't tell him before was that having sex would affect his cultivation. After that, he had to tell him. Because that matter was related to the death of the Thousand Demons sect's supreme elder, it couldn't be concealed for long. Even if he didn't tell Yang Qinya now, Yang Qinya would soon find out about it through other channels. How could this Duan Lingtian enter the God Emperor realm in such a short time and catch up with my cultivation? Most importantly, 2 middle-level God Emperor men of sacrifice tried to assassinate him in the Tianlong clan, but were killed by him instead? As the young sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, he knew more about the assassination of Duan Lingtian than many people of the Tianlong clan. Unlike most people of the Tianlong clan, he didn't think that the 2 men of sacrifice were injured. At that time, Among the people who witnessed it, there was an elder of the Thousand Demons sect. That elder could be considered as his martial granduncle. They had communicated with each other, so he could confirm that the two middle-level God Emperor men of sacrifice were at their peak strength. Neither of them was weaker than the martial granduncle who had communicated with him about this matter. His martial granduncle was one of the strongest inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. At least, he wasn't at the bottom. Chapter 39:45. Duan Lingtian cultivated for an entire night and deeply sensed his current cultivation base. Not long after, he heard Zhao Lu's voice from outside. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring you to complete the procedures to enter the school. Duan Lingtian, who was mentally prepared, immediately left the mansion when he heard Zhao Lu's voice. He stepped into the air and arrived beside Zhao Lu, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Zhao Lu smiled amiably, and Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he followed Zhao Lu and left the floating island. During the journey, Zhao Lu also introduced the island to him. This floating island is said to be the cultivation place of our Cloud Peak. It's also called Cloud Peak Island. The name Cloud Peak has no other meaning. It's just the name of our old ancestor. Our old ancestor is called Zhang Yunfeng. He's also the father of Elder Zhen, who brought you back from the Tianlong clan. He's said to be one of the few Void Peer stage elders in our Chunyang school. You should also know that the Void Peer stage elders in our Chunyang school are all experts who have stepped into the Mid-God Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian nodded after hearing Zhao Lu's words. After leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhao Lu continued, in our Chunyang school, there are many branches. Anyone who has reached the profound void stage or above can establish a branch of their own. For example, Martial Granduncle can actually leave Cloud Peak and establish his own branch. However, he's not interested in doing so. Besides, even if he establishes his own branch, I'm afraid there won't be many people because the people of the same branch as him are all in Cloud Peak. Duan Lingtian nodded after hearing Zhao Lu's words. They were all family. Even if they split from the family, as the son, he might not be able to bring many people with him. That was because the people of Yunfeng's bloodline would definitely respect Zhang Pingfan's father more than him. Elder Zhao Lu, if Elder Zhen establishes his own progeny, won't the progeny he establishes be called the ordinary progeny? And the floating island where his mundane lineage resides will be called Mundane Island? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this and immediately asked Zhao Lu about it. Zhao Lu had a strange expression on his face when he heard his words. Then, he shook his head and smiled. In fact, the name that the ancestor gave to Martial Granduncle was often criticized by the other ancestors. They said that a genius like Martial Granduncle is not worthy of the word ordinary. However, under normal circumstances, if Martial Granduncle were to establish his own lineage, he would indeed use the name of the ordinary lineage, and the floating island he occupies would also be called Ordinary Island. Zhao Lu smiled. Normally speaking, in a situation like Elder Zhen's, there shouldn't be many independent sects, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Zhao Lu nodded. After all, he's not the strongest person in his progeny. Although he's qualified to establish his own progeny, it's meaningless for him to establish his own progeny. Is he going to establish his own progeny to compete with his father's progeny? Unless he's not the ancestor's son but a nephew or something. If that's the case, he can take his progeny away and establish his own progeny. Duan Lingtian could understand Zhao Lu's words. It was indeed the case. Then, what if one day, Elder Zhen becomes even stronger than his father? What will you say? Duan Lingtian asked. In terms of growth, the master of a progeny was usually the strongest person in that progeny. However, what if a stronger person appeared? Moreover, what if the stronger person was his son? Zhao Lu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled and said, under such circumstances, Martial Granduncle would either establish his own progeny, or the ancestor would transfer the progeny to him and rename it the Mundane Progeny. Of course, the ancestor must be willing to do so. Otherwise, if he wants to become the master of a progeny, he'll have to establish his own progeny. However, that won't happen. Putting aside Marshal Granduncle's personality, he's not interested in leading a progeny. Even if he was, would he take the initiative to compete with his father? It's meaningless. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he recalled something inside. Moreover, the ancestors' 1,000-year heavenly tribulation a few hundred years ago was already difficult for him. I wonder how many more heavenly tribulations he can withstand. All celestial kings and above had to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. No one could avoid it. In the various realms of gods, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was also known as the life-seeking heavenly tribulation. The longer one lived, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. If one's strength could not keep up, one would eventually perish under the heavenly tribulation. For example, in the Tianlong clan where Duan Tian was from, many higher divine emperors had perished under the heavenly tribulation because they failed to break through and become god emperors. If they could break through and become god emperors, even if they might not be able to live forever, they would at least be able to live longer. For this reason, Duan Tian did not feel anything when he heard Zhao Lu's words. Jinping Fan's father was definitely not young anymore. Even a middle god emperor would find it difficult to withstand the heavenly tribulation. How powerful must he be? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled just thinking about it. If he were to face such a heavenly tribulation, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye? However, our progeny is still fine. Even if the ancestor really does meet with misfortune, Marshal Granduncle will still be there to support him. As for the other progeny, many of their progeny are having a hard time facing the heavenly tribulation without having a successor. Zhao Lu's expression clearly showed how fortunate he was when he said this. Duan Lingtian could understand what Zhao Lu was saying. It was just that some progeny only had one god emperor supporting them, and that god emperor was beginning to feel powerless in the face of the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. Once he died, if his progeny did not have a second god emperor to support them, they would lose their backbone. If a progeny's only god emperor dies, what will happen to the people of that progeny? Duan Lingtian asked. Zhao Lu sighed. If that happens, the people of that progeny will have to move away from the floating island they're on. Only a progeny with a god emperor supporting them can occupy a floating island in the Chunyang school's encampment as their base of operations. If a progeny loses a god emperor, the people of that progeny will be assigned to the cultivation grounds of ordinary elders and disciples after they move away from the floating island they occupy. They will no longer enjoy special treatment. Of course, if there are outstanding existences among them or if they have connections, they can go to other progeny with a god emperor supporting them. Zhao Lu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the reality of the Chunyang school. However, he could understand this reality. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. You can enjoy special treatment because your forefather is a god emperor. If your forefather dies and your progeny doesn't have a god emperor, your special treatment will be revoked and you'll be sent to accompany ordinary elders and disciples. However, that's something the other progeny have to worry about. Yun Peak doesn't have to worry about that. At the very least, our Yun Peak lineage can change its name to the ordinary lineage. Furthermore, even if that time really comes, it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. Besides, who knows if our forefather will make a breakthrough in the next 10,000 years and become even stronger to face the heavenly tribulation. No one could have predicted such a thing. Duan Lingtian chatted with Zhao Lu on the way to the Chunyang school's encampment. He learned a lot about the Chunyang school from Zhao Lu. For example, there were a total of 19 progeny branches in the Chunyang school. Yun Peak's progeny was just one of them. Among these 19 progeny branches, 7 of them were the strongest because they were all led by void-pierced stage elders. Therefore, they were naturally the 7 strongest progeny branches in the Chunyang school. The remaining 12 progeny branches were led by Jing-Su elders. For example, when Duan Lingtian first arrived at the Chunyang school, Lan Shalin's progeny branch was one of them. Elder Zhao Lu, will I be considered a member of Yun Peak's progeny after going through the procedures? Or do I still need to go through other procedures in Yun Peak? Duan Lingtian asked Zhao Lu. He suddenly thought of this question. Hearing this, Zhao Lu smiled and said, after going through the procedures, you can only be considered a disciple of the Chunyang school. If you want to join our progeny branches and become a member of our progeny branches, you need to go through other procedures in our progeny branches and leave the brand of our progeny branches on your identity token. Of course, those imprints can be removed. This is also to allow some people to have more choices. If you feel uncomfortable in any progeny branches and feel bad, as long as you have the ability, you can choose to join another progeny branches if there are other progeny branches that want to accept you. In the progeny branches, this is not considered betrayal. At most, the people of the previous progeny branches will target you. Of course, this kind of thing doesn't happen often in our Chunyang school. A complicated light flashed through Zhao Lu's eyes as he spoke. Although it was just a flash, Duan Lingtian still caught it. Elder Zhao Lu, you seem to be rather emotional when you say these words. Could it be that there's such a person in our Yun Peak? Duan Lingtian was good at reading people's expressions. He could see the change in Zhao Lu's expression at this moment. When Zhao Lu heard this, he smiled wryly and said, "It's no big deal to tell you this. In fact, I'm such a person myself. I, Zhao Lu, was not a member of Yun Feng's bloodline. Instead, I belong to another bloodline. However, in order to allow me to focus on my cultivation without any distractions, that bloodline actually sent people to exterminate my distant clan. When I found out that the instigator of all this was my master at that time, I almost went crazy. Later, my master was expelled from the progeny branches. Because I felt awkward staying in that progeny branches, I switched to Yun Peak. Then, I met my master after that. He treated me like his own son. Unfortunately, he passed away too early. Before I could show him my filial piety, he died under the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 3946. Elder Zhao Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to have such a tumultuous past. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. If he had known that his question would reopen Zhao Lu's scar, he would not have said so much. Due to this reason, apart from feeling embarrassed, he was also apologetic. It's all right. Zhao Lu took a deep breath and returned to his senses. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Everyone in Yun Peak knows about this. Even if you don't hear it from me now, you'll hear it from someone else in the future. Furthermore, I have a clear conscience about switching to the Yun Peak lineage. I don't mind what others say about me," Zhao Lu said nonchalantly. Naturally, although Zhao Lu said it nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian could still sense the fluctuation in his emotions. He was no longer as calm as he was before. It seemed like the impact of this matter on him was not as small as he had made it out to be. For the rest of the journey, as long as Zhao Lu did not speak, Duan Lingtian would not speak either. He was afraid he would say the wrong thing again and that Zhao Lu would hold a grudge against him for what he had said earlier and did not want to hear him speak again. However, he soon realized he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Before they arrived at the place where they had to complete the procedures to enter the sect, Zhao Lu's mood had already returned to normal. He even began to joke with Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Qin has always been called Little Yang Yang by senior granduncle. This might not be a big deal to him, but many people in Yun Peak are talking about this behind his back. Most of them are laughing when they talk about this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he shook his head and smiled. Although I haven't known Elder Qin for long, based on what I've seen of him, I don't think he cares about this. He might not care about other people talking about it, but what if he knows his disciples and grand-disciples are talking about it as well? As an elder, don't tell me he's shameless? Zhao Lu said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was momentarily speechless. This seemed to be a little unsolvable. As an elder, it was only natural that he would want to be stern and lofty in front of his juniors. Even if he was not stern and lofty, he should at least be amiable. But now, after being addressed as Little Yang Yang, that Elder Qin seemed to be unable to be lofty or serious even if he wanted to. Amiable? An amiable old man was now being called Little Yang Yang? We're here. At this time, Zhao Lu led Duan Lingtian to an even larger floating island. This floating island is the most central floating island in the Chunyang School's encampment. It's also called the Wanxiang Island. The word Wanxiang has the meaning of all-encompassing. In the sect, the matters that can be handled by the side branches are handled by the side branches. However, the matters that need to be handled by the sect members are handled on the island of versatility. Besides, the cultivation grounds of the ordinary elders and disciples are also located on the island of versatility. In addition, the various halls of the sect, such as the disciplinary hall, the trading hall, the martial arts hall, etc., are all located on the island of versatility. I'll show you around the island of versatility after you're done with the procedures to enter the sect and show you the way. Zhao Lu said to Duan Lingtian, while glancing at the gigantic floating island. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian said, Don't mention it. Zhao Lu said indifferently. As they entered the island, Zhao Lu raised his eyebrows as if he had suddenly recalled something, and said to Duan Lingtian in a straightforward manner, Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, there will be people from the other side branches waiting for you at the sect affair hall. When the time comes, they will surely offer you an olive branch and tempt you with some benefits. I'll tell you what the Yun Peak branch is willing to give you as a welcome gift. As Zhao Lu was about to reveal the conditions of the Yun Peak branch, Duan Lingtian interrupted him with a slight frown. Elder Zhao Lu, you're being a little too rude. Didn't I tell you and Elder Qin yesterday that I'll definitely join the Yun Peak branch? You're underestimating me, Duan Lingtian. Anyone would be displeased seeing this, as Zhao Lu's actions clearly showed that he did not trust Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhao Lu did not become angry after seeing Duan Lingtian's displeasure, but said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, brothers should settle their debts clearly. It's better to be clear about some things. Yesterday, we also mentioned what you said in front of me and Elder Qin to Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle even scolded Elder Qin, saying that he shouldn't have spoken out of turn and tried to force you to stay. Marshal Granduncle said that if the other branches offer better conditions and you're tempted, you can go there. However, the Yun Peak branch will also give you a welcome gift so that you won't be at a disadvantage. Of course, even if you don't choose the Yun Peak branch in the end, we won't hold a grudge against you. Marshal Granduncle said that even if you join the other branches, it won't affect your friendship. When he mentioned the word friendship, Zhao Lu's gaze clearly changed. His Marshal Granduncle was the strongest of the Pure Sun sect's Quiet Void Elders, a God Emperor. Yet, he had taken the initiative to befriend a God Emperor, a lower God Emperor at that. Usually, if a lesser God Emperor wanted to talk about friendship with his Marshal Granduncle, he would think that the other party was not worthy or qualified. But now, everything had reversed. His Marshal Granduncle had accepted Duan Lingtian as a friend. Elder Zhao Lu, you don't have to give me anything else. As for Elder Zhen, I'll talk to him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I've already accepted the welcome gift before coming here with Elder Zhen and Elder Qin. The 1,000,000 taels of divine crystals were still in his spatial ring. He would never forget about it. After leaving the Linghu family, he wanted to return it to Zhenping Fan, but Zhenping Fan was unwilling to accept it. He even said that it was given to him by the Linghu family and that he should not accept it without doing anything. This made him feel both helpless and grateful. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Duan Lingtian urged when he saw Zhao Lu standing still. It was unknown whether he was thinking about something or reporting something to Zhenping Fan. Zhao Lu only regained his senses when he heard this. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes before he continued to lead the way. Not long after, Duan Lingtian arrived in the air above a spacious square. On one side of the square was a building that occupied a large area. It looked like it was formed by connecting many palaces. This is the sect hall. Zhao Lu led Duan Lingtian forward and landed in front of the entrance of the palace. A gigantic stone tablet could be seen erected at the side of the entrance. The words Sect Affairs Hall were engraved on it in a flamboyant manner. Duan Lingtian saw this stone tablet from afar. It was so huge that it was almost as tall as the sect hall in front of him. The sect hall is the place where the sect handles its affairs. For example, elders and disciples of all ranks have to come here if they meet the requirements for promotion. Before that, they have to go to the assessment hall to pass the assessment and be recognized by the assessment hall. Ordinary people have to wait until the Chunyang school accepts disciples. They also have to pass many complicated assessments before they can enter the Chunyang school. However, you don't have to do any of that. This is because you're a person specially recruited by the Chunyang school. You have special privileges. Putting aside your combat strength, just the fact that you've become a divine emperor before you're 3,000 years old is enough for you to be exempted from the assessment and enter our Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued, however. Duan Lingtian, I have to tell you something in advance. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lu in confusion. Zhao Lu stopped in his tracks. Zhao Lu continued, that is, although you can be exempted from the assessment when you enter our Chunyang school, you'll only be an ordinary disciple of our Chunyang school from the beginning. Martial Granduncle told me that when he was in the Tianlong clan, he promised you that once you enter the Chunyang school, he'll give you the treatment of a true martial disciple, the highest-ranking disciple in the Chunyang school. However, that was given by him personally and not by the sect. If you want to become a true martial disciple in the sect, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Of course, Martial Granduncle also told me that, at that time, he'll still give you the treatment of a true martial disciple that he promised you. It'll be equivalent to you enjoying the treatment of 2 true martial disciples after you become a true martial disciple in the Chunyang school. As for the assessment hall, you can take the assessment at any time. Zhao Lu said, I thought you had something to tell me, Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He looked extremely surprised. This is only a small matter, and I think it's only natural. It's good enough that I can be exempted from the tedious assessment to enter the sect. As for the status and treatment, I'll have to rely on myself. I hope I can rely on myself. Duan Lingtian's straightforward words caused Zhao Lu's gaze to soften. I've underestimated you. With your strength and talent, it's only a small matter for you to become a true martial disciple. Zhao Lu said, a true martial disciple. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of someone and asked curiously, Elder Zhao Lu, is Lan Shilin a true martial disciple? Lan Shilin? Zhao Lu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he nodded awkwardly. He's a true martial disciple. He passed the assessment as a lower divine emperor 300 years ago. The reason Zhao Lu was stunned was because before he joined Yunfeng's bloodline, he was in the same bloodline as Lan Shilin. His master, who had been expelled from the sect, was a disciple of Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. He was also Lan Shilin's martial granduncle. Let's go in. After Zhao Lu regained his senses, he brought Duan Lingtian with him and walked slowly into the sect affairs hall. Chapter 39:47. The entrance to the sect hall was a spacious place where a few people were standing. These people all had identity tokens hanging from their waists. They were the identity tokens of the Chunyang school's disciples. On his way to the Chunyang school yesterday, he noticed that although the identity tokens of the Chunyang school's disciples were different because of their different identities and statuses, there were still some similarities. For example, there was a Tai Chi pattern in the 4 corners of the identity tokens. Even Zhun Pingfan's identity token of the Jingshu Elder was no exception. Elder Zhao Lu. As Zhao Lu came in with Duan Lingtian, many people recognized him and greeted him or saluted him. At the same time, some people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the right time, and their eyes flashed with curiosity. Who is this man? Elder Zhao Lu is leading the way for him in person. He doesn't have the identity token of the Chunyang school's disciple, so he shouldn't be a disciple of the Chunyang school. Yesterday, I heard that Elder Qin Wuyang of Yunfeng brought back Duan Lingtian, who has recently become famous in Tongling province, from the Tianlong clan. If I'm not mistaken, it's him. Duan Lingtian? The one with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor from the Tianlong clan who killed 2 middle-level divine emperors who tried to kill him? It's him. I remember. I saw the floating image pearl of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperors. Although his appearance was not very clear in the floating image pearl, his figure and clothes are the same. He is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not expect that a newcomer like him would cause a sensation in the sect hall as soon as he followed Zhao Lu into the sect hall. More and more people gathered around, looking at him and pointing at him as if they were watching a monkey show. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about this, and his expression was as calm as before. However, Zhao Lu's expression did not look too good. I'm here to bring Duan Lingtian to complete the procedures to enter the sect. If there's nothing important, stop nagging here. After all, this was Elder Ling Su. Zhao Lu's words were still useful. After a while, the crowd dispersed one after another, but most of them were still looking at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes. After that, everything went smoothly. Under the leadership of Zhao Lu, after the School Affairs Hall confirmed the identity of Duan Lingtian, they processed the procedures for him to enter the school. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received his Chunyang School Disciple Identity Token. Of course, it was just the identity token of an ordinary disciple of Chunyang School. The disciples of Chunyang School and Chunyang School were divided into ordinary disciples and true disciples. Among the ordinary disciples, there were not only gods and god kings, but also god emperors. Their identity tokens showed that they were disciples of the spirit realm, disciples of the king realm, disciples of the emperor realm. As for the descendants of the higher-ups of Chunyang School who had not yet become gods, they were not considered disciples of Chunyang School. Only when they became gods could they officially enter Chunyang School. Until then, they were only considered family members of Chunyang School's disciples. Moreover, Chunyang School was very strict with its management of family members. Only those who were god emperors and above were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, and they had to be immediate family members. As for those who were god emperors and above, they were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, regardless of whether they were immediate family members or collateral relatives. They could even have their friends stay in Chunyang School for a long time. This was the privilege of god emperors in Chunyang School. As for the true disciples, they were all divine emperors, and they were all outstanding figures among their peers. Being a true disciple did not only depend on one's cultivation. There were different criteria for becoming a true disciple, such as god emperors. However, not every disciple of a god emperor could become a true disciple. Age and strength were also important. Lan Shilin, for example, had just become a lower god emperor and participated in the true disciple assessment, but he had failed. It was only a few hundred years later that he barely passed. The older one was, the harder the true disciple assessment would be. The difficulty of the true disciple assessment was based on the difficulty level. This was also the reason why Zhao Lu felt Duan Lingtian would definitely pass the true martial disciples assessment. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian received his identity token and completed the procedures to enter the Chunyang School and was about to leave with Zhao Lu, they were stopped by someone. The person who stopped them was a middle-aged man of medium build who was a little fat. He was led by two people with a bright smile on his face and a pair of small eyes that gave him a shifty look. Behind the middle-aged man was another young man, who was clearly his junior. "What are you doing, Huang Feng?" Zhao Lu asked as he glanced at the man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man also had the identity token of an Elder Ling Su hanging from his waist. He was also a higher god emperor. "Junior brother Zhao Lu, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" The middle-aged man called Huang Feng grinned. "I'm here on my grandmaster's instructions. Why don't you ask him?" Zhao Lu's expression darkened at Huang Feng's words, but he did not say anything else. This Huang Feng was Elder Ling Su of another branch of the Pure Yang sect. He was also the grand disciple of the only divine emperor of his branch. Although his strength was not as strong as Elder Ling Su, he had a protective Elder Ling Su. Elder Ling Su was the strongest person in the Chunyang School below the God Emperor level. What's more, Huang Feng had a grandmaster, Elder Jingxiu, who was in charge of the branch. Duan Lingtian. Huang Feng smiled at Duan Lingtian when he saw Zhao Lu keeping quiet. He said in a clear voice, "I'm Huang Feng from the Jade Sun branch. I'm here on the orders of my grandmaster, Qiyu Yang, to invite you to join the Jade Sun branch. My grand ancestor said that as long as you, Duan Lingtian, are willing to join the Jade Sun progeny, he'll take you as his direct disciple. At that time, many spirit void elders in my Jade Sun progeny and other progenies will have to address you as junior uncle." In the Pure Sun sect, the division of seniority was very clear. This had nothing to do with age. Duan Lingtian was young, but if he was accepted as a disciple by a god emperor of the Chunyang school, he would gain a bunch of disciples and grand disciples. Take the god emperor of the Jade Sun branch, for example. If Duan Lingtian really became his disciple, not just Huang Feng, but even Zhao Lu and Qin Wuyang would have to address Duan Lingtian as junior uncle. As soon as Huang Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lu smiled faintly before Duan Lingtian could reply. Huang Feng, is your Jade Sun progeny really going to take advantage of this situation? It was a good thing to be accepted as a disciple by a god emperor. However, in Zhao Lu's opinion, most of the god emperors in the Chunyang school would be happy to accept a genius like Duan Lingtian as their disciple. That would be good for them as well. The good thing was that once Duan Lingtian grew and surpassed them, they could proudly say that they had a disciple who had surpassed them. And once that disciple led the Pure Sun sect to the next level, while that disciple's name would go down in history, they would also go down in history. Duan Lingtian. This time, Huang Feng ignored Zhao Lu. He looked at Duan Lingtian and continued, in addition, as long as Duan Lingtian joins the Jade Sun branch, we will give you another 2 million divine crystals. And Huang Feng didn't just promise divine crystals, he also promised a lot of good things, such as emperor-level divine pellets and all kinds of treasures. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues when they heard Huang Feng's words. The Jade Sun branch is really generous. Is it worth it to pay such a big price for a Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 mid-level god emperors as a low-level god emperor with the help of the floating image pearl, who knows if those 2 mid-level god emperors had internal injuries or hidden injuries? Even if the Tianlong clan says no, we can still assume that the Tianlong clan is bragging about Duan Lingtian. They won't say anything negative about Duan Lingtian. I think so too. There's no need to rope in a low-level god emperor who hasn't grown up yet, right? Many people shook their heads in disgust. Be that as it may. However, I'm afraid you don't know the situation of the Jade Sun branch. It's said that Elder Jing Su, the only god emperor in the Jade Sun branch, was injured in the last heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid she won't last more than 8,000 years. Suddenly, someone whispered to the person next to him. Immediately, the people around him were in an uproar. At the same time, they also lowered their voices. Is this true? Really? If that's the case, then it's understandable. Although the group of people were whispering in low voices, with Huang Feng's cultivation, how could he not hear them? His face immediately darkened, and he glanced at the source of the voice. The group of people immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. However, they could not hold it in any longer and began to communicate through voice transmissions. Look at Elder Huang Feng's expression. It seems like this matter is most likely true. Is the Jade Sun branch planning to recruit Duan Lingtian and cultivate him into the next god emperor? It should be. After all, Duan Lingtian isn't even 3,000 years old, but he's already a low-level god emperor. In the past, he didn't have much of a background. Now that he's in the Chunyang school, if the Jade Sun branch spends a lot of effort to cultivate him, it won't be difficult for them to produce another god emperor within 10,000 years. At that time, even if the current god emperor of the Jade Sun branch falls under the heavenly tribulation, his branch will have another backer to rely on. They won't have to disband. In fact, Duan Lingtian was shocked when Huang Feng from the Jade Sun progeny offered 2 million divine crystals. Were all the god emperors of the Chunyang school that rich? Previously, Jin Pingfan had casually given him 10 million divine crystals. Now, the Jade Sun branch wanted to give him 2 million divine crystals. However, based on Huang Feng's words, it was obvious that his grandmaster, the only god emperor of the Jade Sun branch, was behind this. At this time, even Zhao Lu couldn't help but frown when he heard Huang Feng's words. He never expected the Jade Sun branch to be so determined. Chapter 39-48. The Jade Sun progeny was treating Duan Lingtian as their last straw of hope. For a moment, when Zhao Lu looked at Huang Feng again, the look in his eyes became complicated. In the history of Chunyang school, there were many branches that could only disband due to the lack of successors. The people in the branches all left the floating islands that they regarded as their home. Some stayed together and worked hard. Some of them turned to other branches. Some could not recover from the setback. The branches that were doing well were completely shattered, all because of the loss of their only god emperor. Of course, Zhao Lu did not feel much pity for them. This was the cruelty of the world. Only the strong could enjoy special treatment and set the rules. In Chunyang School, no branch was an exception. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can consider it. This is my soul orb. Once you've made up your mind and have an answer in mind, contact me at any time. After Huang Feng finished explaining the conditions of the Jade Sun progeny, he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. Before he left, he paused and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Jade Sun progeny, apart from the things Grand Ancestor promised, I, Huang Feng, am also willing to give you half of my fortune. After saying this, Huang Feng left with the young man behind him. Before the young man left, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, if you join the Jade Sun branch, we'll help you become a God Emperor. It's the best choice for you to join the Chunyang School. In the end, the young man introduced himself. He was Huang Feng's disciple. After Huang Feng left, Zhao Lu and Duan Lingtian, who were about to leave, were stopped again. This time, the person who stopped them was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a blue robe and had an amiable expression. As soon as he entered, he looked at Zhao Lu and said, Zhao Lu, I'd like to have a word with Duan Lingtian. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, please. In front of this old man, Zhao Lu's attitude was clearly different. Puzzled, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man's waist and found the answer from his identity token. He's Elder Yushu from Chunyang School. Chunyang School's Elder Jade Void was one of the strongest existences in Chunyang School below the God Emperor level. None of them were weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. They were definitely the best of the best among the high-level divine emperors. Duan Lingtian, my name is Lu Yuan. I'm from the tyrannical saber lineage. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. My grandfather, the Void Peer Stage Elder Lu Jingtao, is the head of the tyrannical saber lineage. As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, Zhao Lu's solemn voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, this is Lu Yuan, a Jade Void Elder from the tyrannical saber progeny. He's also the grandson of old ancestor Lu Jingtao, a Void Peer Stage Elder and the strongest person in the tyrannical saber progeny. Zhao Lu's voice transmission and Lu Yuan's words resounded in Duan Lingtian's ears almost at the same time. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from his shock, the onlookers in the surroundings had just recovered from the shock of seeing Lu Yuan. It's Elder Lu Yuan. Oh my God. Even Elder Yushu came personally. Duan Lingtian. What a great honor. The tyrannical saber lineage is actually tempted by Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian's temptation that great? Lu Yuan's appearance shocked everyone. In fact, there were also people from other lineages nearby. However, after the leader of the Jade Sun lineage, Elder Su, Huang Feng, spoke up, they thought of the conditions that their lineage could offer and asked for the opinions of the higher-ups. However, none of them showed up. It was because the things that they could offer were inferior to the Jade Sun lineage. Instead of showing up and being rejected, it was better not to show up. This way, they could still save some face. However, when they saw that the tyrannical saber lineage had come, and it was even Elder Yushu Lu Yuan, they were all shocked. The tyrannical saber lineage values Duan Lingtian so much? In Chunyang School, there were a total of 19 lineages. Among them, 7 of the great lineages were overseen by Void Peer Stage Elders, while the other 12 lineages were overseen by Quiet Void Stage Elders. The tyrannical saber lineage was considered relatively strong among the 7 great lineages because it had 3 God Emperor experts. It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 7 great lineages. Elder Lu Yuan. Now, while Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Yuan with a smile, he heard the discussions and whispers of the people around him. He had a basic understanding of the tyrannical saber lineage. The tyrannical saber lineage was one of the stronger lineages in Chunyang School. It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 19 lineages in Chunyang School. As for the other lineage that had 3 God Emperor experts, Duan Lingtian guessed that Jinping Fan, Qin Wuyang, Zhao Lu, and the Yun Peak lineage that he was in might be one of them. In the Yun Peak lineage, the God Emperor experts that he knew were Quiet Void Stage Elder Jinping Fan, Void Peer Stage Elder Jin Yunfeng, and Chunyang School Sect Master. However, although the Chunyang School Sect Master is from the Yun Peak lineage, Can he still be considered a god-emperor expert of the Yun Peak lineage? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt that he should not count the Chunying school's sect master as one of them. After all, he was the sect master of a sect. He controlled all the major lineages and could no longer be considered a member of any lineage. Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "It's not that our tyrannical saber lineage can't provide the conditions that the Jade Sun lineage mentioned, but it's very difficult for us to give it to you alone. However, although the material conditions that we can give are inferior to the Jade Sun lineage, our tyrannical saber lineage can promise to let you become a disciple of one of the two quiet Void Stage Elders. In addition, when the Void Pierce Stage Elders are free, they can also guide you." As soon as Lu Yuan said this, the scene immediately went into an uproar. A Void Pierce Stage Elder will personally guide him? At this moment, some of the people who were originally calm had their eyes bloodshot when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Void Pierce Stage Elders were the most powerful existences in the Chunying school. They symbolized the supreme powerlessness of the Chunying school. Usually, they were elusive. It was difficult to even meet them, let alone get them to guide him. However, what made these people even angrier was, Duan Lingtian in front of them still had a calm expression after hearing Elder Lu Yuan's promise from the tyrannical saber lineage. It was as if he was not surprised at all. Wasn't this a surprise? This Duan Lingtian is doing this on purpose, right? He's pretending to be calm to seek better conditions, right? Isn't this guy too greedy? Duan Lingtian, consider it. This is, Elder Lu Yuan said with a smile, as he took out a lineage's soul orb from his storage ring. It was obviously his own soul orb. However, before he could pass the soul orb to Duan Lingtian, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Elder Lu Yuan, there's no need to give me the soul orb. Today, here, in front of you, I'll make a statement. I, Duan Lingtian, have already decided which lineage I will join just now. So, I'm sorry." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he smiled apologetically. Although Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this, he still took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Everyone has their own aspirations. Our tyrannical saber lineage won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Lu. After greeting him, he floated away. In the blink of an eye, his elegant back disappeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as Lu Yuan left, many gazes immediately landed on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has decided again? Now, he rejected Elder Lu Yuan's soul orb. However, he accepted Elder Huang Feng's soul orb just now. Could it be that he's planning to join the Righteous Yang lineage? The Righteous Yang lineage doesn't have a Void Pierce Stage Elder. So what if there's no Void Pierce Stage Elder? The Righteous Yang lineage is in urgent need of nurturing another God Emperor expert. The others in the Righteous Yang lineage obviously don't have a chance. If Duan Lingtian goes to the Righteous Yang lineage, he will definitely be heavily nurtured. If I were Duan Lingtian, I would also choose the Righteous Yang lineage. Wouldn't it be better to become the leader of the Righteous Yang lineage in the future? Hearing the discussions around him, even though Zhao Lu already had an idea, he still couldn't help but waver. Duan Lingtian? Zhao Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Elder Zhao Lu, you and I will be members of the same lineage in the future. Let's take care of each other in the future." Of course, Duan Lingtian said these words on purpose. It was because he didn't want everyone, including the members of the Righteous Yang lineage, to misunderstand him. Zhao Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing his words. Then, he smiled and said, "The Cloud Peak welcomes you to join us." The Cloud Peak lineage. Duan Lingtian actually decided to join the Cloud Peak lineage? For a moment, everyone who originally thought that Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Righteous Yang lineage was dumbfounded. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? They actually made him give up on the Righteous Yang lineage. The Righteous Yang lineage is prepared to spend all their resources to nurture him. However, he didn't choose the Righteous Yang lineage? I'm very curious. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? It can't be that he directly chose the Cloud Peak lineage because the elders of the Cloud Peak lineage brought him back, right? I don't think that's the only reason. In this world, the strong are revered, and profit is the most important thing. A single misstep can cause one's strength to not be able to keep up and die under the millennium tribulation. Hearing the discussions around him, Duan Lingtian looked at them and smiled faintly. If any of you know the righteous young lineage, please pass on my message. I, Duan Lingtian, do not aspire to control any lineage in Chunying School. I have confidence in becoming a great god. However, when that time comes, I won't be in Chunying School anymore. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become much taller in the eyes of the Chunying School students. At the same time, they deeply felt Duan Lingtian's ambition. Duan Lingtian's ambition was not limited to Chunying School. He wanted to go even higher, even further. My apologies, Elder Huang Feng. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Huang Feng through the soul orb he'd left behind. He hadn't actually planned to accept Huang Feng's soul orb earlier. He'd only taken it because he'd been shocked by the righteous young lineage's generosity. Chapter 39-49. Duan Lingtian knew very well. The reason why the Jade Sun faction had paid such a high price to recruit him was because the leader of the Jade Sun faction, Elder Jingxiu, Qiyuyang, wanted to nurture him into a successor and protect the Jade Sun faction, and this was something that he could never do. If not for this, the Jade Sun branch's offer might have tempted him. However, he had already decided to join the Yun Peak branch. However, because of the Jade Sun branch's goal, even if he did not plan to join the Yun Peak branch, he would not join the Jade Sun branch. If he expressed that he would not stay in the Jade Sun branch in the future, the Jade Sun branch would not have paid such a high price to recruit him. His ambition was not in the Chunying School. This was the reason why Duan Lingtian had rejected the Jade Sun branch. It was a reason that no one could refute. Elder Zhaolu, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhaolu and took the lead to walk out of the door. When Zhaolu caught up to Duan Lingtian, the others finally regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. A young man who's not even 3,000 years old actually has such great ambition. Is this arrogance or confidence? Based on his current achievements, it's more likely that he's confident. If I were him and became a lower divine emperor at this age, I might think the same way. Having a high cultivation base doesn't mean he's strong. Didn't you see the floating image pearl recording of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice? So what if I saw it? Who knows if the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice were already injured and he took advantage of them? In the sect affairs hall, some of the Chunying school disciples thought Duan Lingtian was confident, while others thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In any case, the people from the other branches did not show up. After the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch had shown up to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch. First of all, they knew they were not as good as the Tyrannical Saber branch. Secondly, they didn't have the same conditions as the Jade Sun lineage. Furthermore, there were a few branches that had similar thoughts as the Jade Sun branch. They wanted Duan Lingtian to join their branch and nurture him to become a god emperor so that he could take over their branch's only god emperor position in the future and continue to protect their branch. After leaving the sect affair hall, Zhaolu glanced at Duan Lingtian and smilingly said, Duan Lingtian, shall I show you around the island of versatility? The island of versatility is very big. Duan Lingtian gently shook his head. Elder Zhaolu, there's no need to rush. Bring me to the examination hall first. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhaolu entered the sect hall again. At this moment, the group of people in the sect affairs hall were still talking about what had just happened. They kept talking about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Why is he here again? Didn't he just leave? The Pure Yang sect's disciples who were still in a daze finally had an answer when they saw Zhaolu bringing Duan Lingtian to the registration counter and taking out a piece of paper. Duan Lingtian became a true martial disciple? Oh my god. It's only been less than an hour and Duan Lingtian has already become a true martial disciple? Since when did the true martial disciple test become so simple? In the history of our Pure Sun sect, the record of a lower godly emperor becoming a true martial disciple has always been I think it took him 4 hours and a quarter of an hour to pass the true martial disciple exam, right? That means Duan Lingtian broke the record for a lower god emperor true martial disciple in Chunyang school? It's obvious. Duan Lingtian is too strong, isn't he? Could it be that the two middle-level god emperors he killed in the Tianlong clan were not injured middle-level god emperors? Could he really kill a middle-level god emperor? Don't forget, the old ancestor who set the record for the low godly emperor true martial disciple exam was over 8,000 years old. Not only was he a low godly emperor, but he was also over 8,000 years old. As far as I know, the examination of a true martial disciple is not only based on cultivation but also age. The younger the age, the easier the examination. So, Duan Lingtian passed the examination so quickly because the examination was easy? That should be the case. Otherwise, how could it be so exaggerated? He's not even 3,000 years old, but the difficulty of the examination is not even half of that of the ancestor who set the record. In the beginning, when Duan Lingtian was going through the formalities to become a true disciple, many people were shocked by the speed at which he passed the examination. After some people reminded them of Duan Lingtian's age and the rules of the true martial disciple's assessment, they finally understood that Duan Lingtian must have passed the true martial disciple's assessment so easily that any primitive divine emperor would be able to pass it. Hearing these people's words, Duan Lingtian was calm. He ignored them and went through the formalities to become a true disciple. However, Zhao Lu, who was next to Duan Lingtian, heard these people's words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Simple? These guys. I'm afraid they don't know that those guys in the examination hall gave Duan Lingtian the most difficult examination of a lower god emperor true martial disciple. Although Duan Lingtian is only a lower god emperor, with his strength, except for a few true martial disciples under 10,000 years old in Chunyang school, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. These were the thoughts that appeared in Zhao Lu's mind at this moment. He felt as though he was listening to a group of idiots when he heard the whispers behind him. However, Duan Lingtian's temperament is really amazing. So many people look down on him, but he's still so calm. Zhao Lu could not help but sigh inwardly. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have been arrogant and would not allow others to misunderstand him. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have stepped forward and sneered at these people. Moreover, he would have told them the difficulty of the examination he had passed and asked them to go to the examination hall if they did not believe him. Are all people from the Devata realms so calm? That's not right. I also have some people from the Devata realms around me, but they shouldn't be so calm when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Zhao Lu was unaware that the people from the Devata realms were all from the Devata realms. Most of the people around him who came from the Devata realms had grown up with silver spoons in their mouths. They had powerful backgrounds in the Devata realms. Naturally, their temperament could not be compared to Duan Lingtian, who came from the mundane realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was reincarnated. Although he had only lived for about 20 years in his past life, he had traveled to the ends of the earth and seen all kinds of people in the world. While Duan Lingtian was going through the procedures to become a true martial disciple, a series of messages came from the examination hall on the island of all manifestations. Duan Lingtian, who came from the Tianlong clan, is as strong as an ordinary elder Qing Su. Among the prodigies under 10,000 years old in Chunyang school, I'm afraid no one under 8,000 years old is a match for him. There are still 50 years before the Seven Mansions banquet that is held once every 10,000 years. If he can break through and become a medium divine lord in these 50 years, he'll definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet. Not only did these messages reach the people from the major branches of Chunyang school, but they also reached the ears of the decision-makers in Chunyang school. In Chunyang school, apart from the major branches, there was an independent group of people who were the decision-makers in Chunyang school. These decision-makers were mainly responsible for the management of Chunyang school. The decision-makers were led by the sect leader of Chunyang school. Below him were the vice sect leaders and the other decision-makers. These people were from the major branches of Chunyang school. Almost every branch had someone in the decision-makers in Chunyang school. Decision-makers who are in Chunyang school, please come to the conference hall on the island of all manifestations. The sect master of the Pure Sun sect was a middle-aged man with a stalwart figure, handsome face, and indifferent eyes. After he sent out a message, the people who received his message immediately began to inform the other members of the decision-making team. When Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu left under the watchful eyes of the people in the sect affairs pavilion, all the decision-makers in the Pure Sun sect gathered together and began a solemn meeting. The meeting centered around Duan Lingtian. Everyone, you should know the significance of the Seven Mansions banquet to Chunyang School. In the conference hall, the Chunyang School sect leader stood at the head of the table with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the people below him and spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, if you have something to say, please say it directly. Below him, an old man said with a smile. At this moment, the Chunyang School sect leader continued, the Seven Mansions banquet will determine whether Chunyang School will have a chance to produce an Upper Great God Emperor. The current Upper Great God Emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing was born after the Seven Mansions banquet. At that time, an outstanding prodigy from the state capital of Qing made it to the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet. The Chunyang School sect leader said in a low voice, at first, I did not have high hopes for this Seven Mansions banquet. However, there is now a single person who has brought hope to the Pure Sun sect. The Chunyang School sect leader said, Sect leader. At this moment, another old man below him spoke up. I know this person you're talking about. He's from the Tianlong clan. Yunfeng brought him back to the sect and has already expressed his willingness to join Yunfeng. If that's the case, allocate more resources to Yunfeng to cultivate him. As long as he can become a middle-level Great God Emperor within 50 years, based on the strength he's shown so far, he'll definitely make it to the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet. As the old man finished speaking, he looked at the people present with a smile. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? When the others heard the old man's words, they all smiled bitterly. Who didn't know that this old man was from Yunfeng, just like the sect leader? If it were any other time, they would naturally object to the idea of allocating more resources to Yunfeng since they were from other branches. But now, how could they object? Chapter 3950. Duan Lingtian followed Zhao Lu around the island of versatility after completing the procedures for becoming a true martial disciple in the sect hall. Zhao Lu also introduced him to everything on the island of versatility. For example, where was the Law Enforcement Hall, the Artifact Hall, the Divine Pill Hall, the Free Trade Square, and the cultivation grounds of the non-branch disciples of the Chunyang School. Along the way, Duan Lingtian also saw the vastness of the island of versatility. It was like a large city with mountains and rivers mixed in it. In addition, some places on the island of versatility were heavily guarded. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. Some elders of the Spirit Void Realm were even dispatched. Duan Lingtian even saw a Jade Void Realm elder, who was known as the strongest person below the Emperor Immortal in the Chunyang School. Even Zhao Lu had to respectfully address him as Martial Uncle. However, he was not from the branch of Yun Peak. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu were about to leave the island of versatility and return to Yun Peak Island, Zhao Lu suddenly stopped and smiled at Duan Lingtian, who also stopped with a puzzled look on his face. I have good news. Zhao Lu smiled brightly. I just received a message. After you passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Martial Disciple assessment, the sect master led the decision-makers of the sect to gather for a meeting. This meeting mainly revolves around you. Duan Lingtian was stunned by Zhao Lu's words. Me? Even if he had passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Disciple assessment set by the examination hall, it should not have caused such a big commotion. Even the sect master of the Chunyang School held a meeting for him? As for who the decision-makers of the Chunyang School were, Zhao Lu had mentioned it to him before, so he knew that it was an independent group that did not belong to the major branches. It was mainly responsible for managing the sect and managing the affairs of the sect. In the decision-makers group, there were people from all the major branches. There were also many people from the Chunyang School who did not have any branches to rely on. In the Chunyang School, those who did not have any branches to rely on were also known as the Chunyang School's disciples. The meeting ended not long ago. Seeing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhao Lu's smile remained. During the meeting, the sect master mentioned something. The elders of Yun Peak were the first to agree, and then the rest of the higher-ups unanimously agreed on something. Do you know what it is? Asked Zhao Lu smiled. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. How could he possibly know? He didn't participate in that meeting. The meeting has decided that the sect will hand over a batch of resources to the Yun Peak lineage and use them on you. Zhao Lu grinned. I'm afraid you'll be able to get the resources in a few days at most. Zhao was sect's disciple. The sect master of Chunyang School had called a meeting of the decision-makers just to give him benefits. Although his performance in the examination hall was not bad, and he had even broken the Chunyang School's record for passing the true disciple assessment. Even so, it was not that bad, right? The Chunyang School's sect master was an emperor god, and there should also be emperor gods in the decision-makers group. Even if they were not emperor gods, they must be the best among the god emperors. Did this group of people gather for a meeting just to discuss benefits for him, a low-level god emperor? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian subconsciously had a thought. Could it be that this was also the work of that elder Jinping fan of the Jingshu sect? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lu and said with a wry smile, Elder Zhao Lu, did Elder Jin ask the sect master to do this? That's not very good, is it? Duan Lingtian was really flattered to receive such treatment when he had just arrived. He could imagine that once this news spread, the eyes of all the true martial disciples in the Pure Yang sect would turn red with jealousy. Martial granduncle? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu was stunned at first. After a while, he regained his senses and realized what Duan Lingtian meant. For a moment, Zhao Lu could not help but shake his head and say, Duan Lingtian, you think too highly of Martial Granduncle. Martial Granduncle's status in the sect is needless to say. However, let alone him, even if he and the sect master's teacher, the leader of our Cloud Peak, could make the sect master make such a suggestion, the other members of the decision-makers would definitely reject it. Don't forget, in the sect, other than our Cloud Peak, there are many other branches. Excluding our Cloud Peak, there are still 6 other branches that have void-pierced stage elders overseeing them. In terms of strength, if the sect master is not included, our Cloud Peak won't be ranked in the top 2 among all the branches. If the sect master is included, we can be compared with the other 2 branches. When Zhao Lu said this, the confusion that had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart was resolved. From the looks of it, apart from the Ba Dao lineage, the other lineage that had 3 emperor gods wasn't from the Yun Peak lineage. Instead, there were other branches. Under such circumstances, if Old Ancestor dares to make the sect master make such a request, the decision-makers of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan will definitely not agree. If the sect master insists on doing it, the Old Ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan might stand out and stop him. By then, it would be useless even if the Old Ancestors come out because the other party has 2 Old Ancestors. Moreover, not only the Old Ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan, but also the Old Ancestors of the other 4 branches that have void-pierced stage elders. If the 6 Old Ancestors don't agree, do you think the Old Ancestors of our Cloud Peak can make the decision? In the end, Zhao Lu asked rhetorically. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. So, it wasn't Elder Jun who asked the sect master to do that? Moreover, even the sect master himself could not make the group of decision-makers agree to give such high treatment to a disciple who had just entered the sect and had even entered the Yun Peak lineage. Elder Zhao Lu, you mean? I, Duan Lingtian, am the one who asked them to unanimously make this decision? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As the saying goes, one would not wake up early if there was no benefit. The higher-ups of Chunyang School were actually willing to spend so many resources on him. He would not believe that they did not want anything from him. Are these people trying to dig a hole for me? Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed. In the end, he could not help but look around vigilantly and ask Zhao Lu. Elder Zhao Lu, do you know why they are willing to spend so many resources on me? I don't believe that they are doing this because they think I'm a genius. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu shook his head and said with a smile, Naturally, it's impossible that they're doing this because you're a genius. I'm afraid only the people from our cloud peak would agree to this. The people from the other progenies would never agree to this. They are doing this because you can affect the future of the cloud peak, Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Me? Affect the future of the cloud peak? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder Zhao Lu, is the cloud peak so optimistic that I can break through and become an upper divine emperor? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the Chunyang school did not lack intermediate divine emperors now. Perhaps, only an upper divine emperor could make the Chunyang school treat him so politely when he had just joined the cloud peak. Elder Zhao Lu, although I know that I will be able to step into the upper divine emperor realm sooner or later, when that time comes, I will definitely not stay in the Pure Sun sect because I have my own matters to attend to. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with helplessness. Elder Zhao Lu, why don't you talk to the Cloud Peak and ask him to withdraw these resources? I really don't plan to stay in the Chunyang school for long. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overestimating yourself? I also admit that you might be able to break through and become an upper divine emperor in the future. But the problem is you are only a lower divine emperor now. Even for you, a lower divine emperor, to break through and become an upper divine emperor, I'm afraid you will need a long time to accumulate. Moreover, you can't let anything happen to you halfway through. In the Chunyang school, it's not that there are no geniuses who have the potential to become upper divine emperors, but most of them died halfway and failed to become upper divine emperors. Do you think the Cloud Peak would give you so many resources when you are only a lower divine emperor, just because they think that you will become an upper divine emperor? After saying this, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Then why? Duan Lingtian felt that Zhao Lu's words made sense, but he was even more confused now. Because of the 7 prefectures banquet, Zhao Lu's smile suddenly disappeared, and he said solemnly, "The 7 prefectures banquet?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard these words. This was not the first time he had heard these words. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had mentioned these words before. At the same time, Long Qingchong had told him that the 7 prefectures feast was only open to young prodigies under the age of 10,000. It was a feast that was held every 10,000 years by the 7 prefectures around Tunglong province. Because of this, Long Qingchong felt that the 5 top god emperor forces in Tunglong province would definitely extend an olive branch to him after he killed the 2 medium divine emperors. They might even try to snatch him away. Later on, Long Qingchong also told him that the other 4 god emperor forces in Tunglong province had sent people who were as strong as the Tianlong clan's golden dragon elder to the Tianlong clan to look for him. However, while these people were waiting for him to come out of the emperor battle realm at the Tianlong clan, Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school, a god emperor expert, Zhang Pingfan, had arrived and forcefully persuaded them to leave. It was Long Qingchong who had persuaded them to leave. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not as simple as persuasion. There had to be some coercion involved. What is the 7 prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although I heard the clan leader of the Tianlong clan mention it, he doesn't seem to know much about it. He only knows that it is a feast of great significance to the 5 top forces in Tunglong province, including the Chunyang school. Chapter 3951. The 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Zhao Lu took a deep breath when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes lit up instantly. On the surface, it's a stage for the most outstanding young prodigies of the 7 prefectures to show off their strength. However, there's an opportunity behind the scenes. An opportunity for the forces behind the top 10 in the 7 prefectures Grand Banquet. In that opportunity, one of the intermediate god emperors from those forces has a chance to advance to the next level and become an upper god emperor in a short period of time. Of course, it's not 100%, but it's very likely. Throughout history, at least 2 intermediate god emperors have been promoted to upper god emperors in every 7 prefectures Grand Banquet. In the last 7 prefectures Grand Banquet, the prodigy from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state of Qing made it to the top 10. Not long after, an intermediate god emperor from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully advanced to upper god emperor. Since then, The Heaven's Roar sect has been recognized as the strongest force in the state of Qing. State of Qing. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of it. It was not the first time he had heard of the Heaven's Roar sect either. Previously, when he was still in the Heavenly Dragon sect, in the Peace City of the Sovereign Battle Realm, a Celestial Emperor-level force of the Qing State Prefecture had sent a Celestial Emperor expert, Elder Silver Puppet, to recruit him. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet had quarreled with an Emperor God expert from the Seven Kills Valley in Tunglung Province. The Seven Kills Valley expert had also mentioned that Puppet Villa was inferior to the Heaven's Roar sect. What kind of opportunity can allow an intermediate God Emperor to advance to Upper God Emperor? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'm afraid only the Emperor God experts in the sects know about this. I don't have access to that level of knowledge yet, Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding when he heard this. If you really want to know, you can ask Senior Granduncle, Zhao Lu said. The Senior Granduncle he was referring to was Zhan Pingfan. It doesn't seem to be too long until the next 7 prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked Zhao Lu. Previously, he had heard the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, mention that the next 7 Manors feast wouldn't be too far away. Yes, Zhao Lu nodded. About 50 years. As for the reason why the sect is pouring resources into you now, it's because we hope that you can break through to the mid-level divine sovereign realm in these 50 years. That way, you will be able to obtain one of the top 10 rankings in the 7 prefectures grand banquet and fight for a chance to become a void peer stage elder of the sect. Zhao Lu said. 50 years. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he heard the Pure Sun sect wanted him to become an intermediate divine emperor within 50 years. A faint smile appeared on his face. Without the help of the Chunyang school, he was not very confident that he could break through to the mid-level divine emperor realm in 50 years. Now that the Chunyang school was preparing to pour a large amount of resources into him, he couldn't help but look forward to it. With the foundation of the Chunyang school, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to become a medium divine emperor in 50 years, right? Elder Zhao Lu, do you know what kind of resources the sect has given me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although he was confident in the Chunyang school, he didn't know what kind of resources the Chunyang school was going to give him. Therefore, he was a little uncertain. Based on what I know, as Zhao Lu mentioned the resources the Chunyang school was going to give to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up. Among the resources, there were some rare divine fruits that were priceless. There were also other treasures that could be consumed directly or refined into divine pills. Duan Lingtian was confident that he could refine some of the treasures into supreme divine pills with better effects. Apart from that, the Chunyang school had also given him some imperial-grade divine pills. These were the treasures that the Chunyang school had collected over the years. Normally, even true martial disciples wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain these treasures. Now, they were giving them to Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, it can be said that the sect is going all out to nurture you. If you don't break through to the intermediate divine emperor stage in 50 years, you must rank in the top 10 in the 7 Mansions banquet, even if that's not very likely. Otherwise, if these resources go to waste, Yunfeng won't blame you. But the other branches will definitely have other ideas. At that time, it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued. Of course, when I said it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school, I didn't mean that the Chunyang school wants to imprison you. It's that the other branches want you to stay in the Chunyang school for a longer period of time and contribute to the Chunyang school. It's the same as asking you to repay your debt. Now that you're wasting resources on you, you're being forced to repay the debt, Zhao Lu said. At first, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Zhao Lu's words. However, when he heard Zhao Lu's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and smiled faintly. What? Aren't you worried? Zhao Lu asked. It's not that I'm not worried. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I can only say that I can completely understand what they're doing. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, if he were to waste his resources on a stranger and the stranger failed to live up to his expectations and did not accomplish what he wanted him to do, Under such circumstances, he would not be happy if the stranger simply patted his butt and left. Elder Zhao Lu, how much do you know about the 7 Prefectures feast? Before Zhao Lu left, Duan Ling Tian asked him many questions about the 7-mansion banquet. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian managed to find out everything Zhao Lu knew. It was also at this time that Duan Ling Tian had a more comprehensive understanding of the 7 Prefectures feast. The 7 Prefectures feast was jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. It was a feast for the most outstanding young prodigies in the 7 prefectures. However, only the top forces in the 7 prefectures feast would participate. For example, only the top 5 forces in Tunglung province were qualified to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. Forces like the Tianlong clan and the Heaven Illumination sect, even if they were Emperor God forces, were not qualified to participate. However, is the 7 prefectures feast really only organized by the top forces in the 7 prefectures? Then why do the young prodigies in the top 10 forces in the 7 prefectures feast have a middle Emperor God expert who has a chance of being promoted to an upper Emperor God? What's the secret behind this? Duan Lingtian was very curious about this and could not help but send a message to Zhenping Fan. However, there was no response from Zhenping Fan. His message was like a stone sinking into the sea. It seems like Elder Zhan is cultivating or is unable to receive a message. Usually, this would mean that Zhen Pingfen had not received a message. After all, it would not take much time for him to reply to a message if he received one, unless he needed to plan the content of the message. If he did not receive a message, it must mean that Zhen Pingfen was in a state where he could not be disturbed and there was a disk array around him to block messages. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry because he would have a chance to ask sooner or later. I'm really looking forward to the things that the Chunyang school gave me. Also, I can enter the Chunyang school secret room freely? Does that mean that I can further comprehend the many laws I have mastered in there to a higher level? I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait until I break through to become a middle god emperor first. If I don't become a middle god emperor and stay in the secret room for so long, the decision-makers in the Chunyang school might not be willing. If I become a middle god emperor and stay in there until the 7 prefectures feast begins, I don't think they will say anything. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he thought of this. Also, it's not convenient to refine ultimate emperor divine pills in the Chunyang school, so I'll go out and do it. However, before that, I must guarantee that when I leave, my whereabouts will be absolutely secret. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that since he hadn't offended anyone in the Tianlong clan, he wasn't worried about being ambushed when he went out. However, after chatting with Zhao Lu for a while, he learned that Zhao Lu didn't have much of a choice. Lan Shilin of the Righteous faction, who was also the disciple of the Chunyang school who had captured the disciple of Senior Yi Beiyuan of the Heaven Illumination sect and brought him back to the Chunyang school, was a vengeful person. At first, Duan Lingtian was puzzled as to why Zhao Lu understood Lan Shilin so well. Later on, Zhao Lu told him that he had been in the Righteous Light faction before. It was only then that he came to a realization. At the same time, he became more wary of Lan Shilin. Thinking back to yesterday, when he had faced Lan Shilin, although Lan Shilin had been smiling all the time, he still felt very uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate Lan Shilin. Although Lan Shilin only became a middle-level god emperor 100 years ago, his strength is almost on par with the best middle-level god emperors in the Chunyang school. I'm afraid he might not be weaker than you. He's also one of the young prodigies from the Chunyang school who participated in the 7 prefectures feast. Among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, the highest cultivation base is currently a middle-level god emperor. If we don't count you. Among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Lan Shilin's strength can be ranked in the top 5. This was also Zhao Lu's warning to him. Moreover, if Lan Shilin wants to deal with you, he might not do it himself. He's the only direct descendant of the Righteous Light faction's patriarch, Lan Jingming. You can imagine how much his great-grandfather values him. Let's not talk about others, just Lu Hui by his side. The dignified elder Lingxiu is like his shadow, inseparable from him. The most important thing is, Lu Hui is different from ordinary elder Lingxiu. In his eyes, the righteous light faction's patriarch is greater than the sky. If, and I'm saying if, one day, he has to choose between the righteous light faction's patriarch and the Chunyang school, he will choose the righteous light faction's patriarch without hesitation. If the righteous light faction's patriarch dies, he might not even frown. Even though Zhao Lu did not mention anything else, he only spoke up to this point. However, Duan Lingtian understood the meaning behind his words. If Lan Shilin really wanted to deal with him, he did not even need to find someone else. He only needed to send Elder Lingshu, Lu Hui, who was by his side. Chapter 3952. Although he had not known Zhao Lu for long, Zhao Lu's character made him feel comfortable. In addition, Jin Pingfan had asked Zhao Lu to take care of him when he first met him, which showed his trust in Zhao Lu. Therefore, Duan Lingtian approved of Zhao Lu from the bottom of his heart. Because of this, Zhao Lu's reminder and his own feelings made him believe that Lan Shilin was not a broad-minded person. Senior Yi. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought of someone and immediately sent a message. Although he felt that it was unlikely that Lan Shilin would attack Yi Beiyuan and his disciple before dealing with him, he still decided to remind Yi Beiyuan. No matter what, Yi Beiyuan was his savior. He could not imagine what kind of danger he would have encountered if he had not met Yi Beiyuan when he first arrived at the plain battlefield where the mystic Handle land was adjacent to another plane of gods. Before he met Yi Beiyuan, he was fine. Although luck played a part, the more important reason was that he did not meet many people at that time. In the plain battlefield, the closer one was to the military camp, the more people there were. There was no telling when he would meet a bloodthirsty person who would kill him with a wave of his hand. At that time, he had not even become a god. In the plain battlefield, no matter how weak they were basically existences at the godly king stage. One finger was enough to crush him to death. Little brother Duan? Yi Beiyuan quickly sent a message. Have you settled down in Chunyang school? Yi Beiyuan knew that Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Chunyang school, which was why he asked this.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Yes, I've settled down. You joined Yun Peak? After Yi Beiyuan asked with a smile, he added, I saw that you have a good relationship with Elder Jin and Elder Qin. Elder Jin even helped me because of you. So I thought it was impossible for you to join Yun Peak. In fact, Yi Beiyuan did not know much about the major branches in Chunyang school. Until this time, when his disciple was abducted by Lan Shilin, he asked many people and gained a certain understanding of the major branches of Chunyang school. At the same time, he also knew that Lan Shilin, who had kidnapped his disciple, Zhou Zhongtong, was the crown prince of the righteous faction of Chunyang school, the only emperor god expert of the righteous light lineage, who was also the ancestor of the righteous light lineage, was his great-grandfather. At the same time, he was the only surviving descendant of the righteous light sect's grand ancestor. At that time, after finding out about Lan Shilin's background, Yi Beiyuan was almost in despair. However, for the sake of his disciples, he braced himself in the end and risked his life to go to Chunyang school. Then, he was rejected and chased away by Lan Shilin. On the way out of Chunyang school, he met Duan Lingtian. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the young man he had casually saved in the planar battlefield would actually be of such great help to him at such a time. He knew very well that if not for Duan Lingtian, his disciples Zhou Zhongtong would have died without a doubt. That's right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It seems like Senior Yi is quite familiar with Chunyang school. You even know about the Yun Peak faction. Previously, in order to save my disciple, I specifically asked around. Yi Beiyuan sighed. Is he all right now? Duan Lingtian asked. He's all right, Yi Beiyuan replied. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, little brother Duan. The two of us, master and disciple, are truly unable to repay this great kindness. Senior Yi, you're too kind. If not for you back then, I might not have been able to walk out of the planar battlefield, Duan Lingtian said repeatedly. At the same time, without waiting for Yi Beiyuan to speak, he went straight to the point. Senior Yi, I've come to look for you this time mainly to remind you. If it's possible, it's best for you and your disciples to stay in the Heaven Illumination sect during this period of time. Don't go out easily. This time, Yi Beiyuan was silent for a while before he spoke again. Are you worried that Lan Shalin of the Righteous Light sect from Chunyang School will cause trouble for us? Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. That Lan Shalin. I've only just heard that he's a vengeful person. I'm worried that if he lets you guys go in front of Elder Zhen, he'll feel indignant and cause trouble for you guys afterward. All right, I'll be careful. Hearing this, Yi Beiyuan's expression became slightly solemn. In fact, when his disciple was in trouble earlier, he had already heard that the crown prince of the Righteous Light sect, Lan Shalin, of the Chunyang School was a vengeful person. Originally, after Chunyang School's elder Jing Su stepped forward to help him, he felt that Lan Shalin would not dare to take the risk of offending Elder Jing Su and make a move on him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had reminded him, he felt that if Lan Shalin really wanted to deal with him and his disciples, he could have done so without alerting Elder Jing Su. Little brother Duan, thank you for the reminder, Yi Beiyuan said solemnly. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's reminder, he would not have cared too much about this. You're too kind, Senior Yi, Duan Lingtian said. Little brother Duan. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the communication between him and Yi Beiyuan was about to end, Yi Beiyuan suddenly called out to him. After I returned to the Heaven Illumination sect, I heard that there's a genius divine emperor in the Tianlong clan. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he's already a lesser divine emperor. Moreover, he has the same name as you. In fact, Yi Beiyuan had just returned from the realm battlefield not long ago, so he was not very clear about what had happened recently. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he found out that his disciple had gotten into big trouble. Naturally, he was not in the mood to care about other things. Later on, when he heard from his disciple that the genius of the Tianlong clan was Duan Lingtian, he wondered if it was the same person. It's me. Duan Lingtian heard Yi Beiyuan's question and answered directly. It's really you. Yi Beiyuan was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The last time he met Duan Lingtian at the Chunyang School, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor. At that time, he was shocked for a long time. After all, when he met Duan Lingtian in the realm battlefield, Duan Lingtian was just a demigod. However, although he knew that Duan Lingtian was a lesser divine emperor, he did not expect him to be such a terrifying lesser divine emperor. He had killed 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. Yi Beiyuan was stunned for a long time. He did not even remember how he ended the communication with Duan Lingtian. He was in a daze. From a demigod to a lesser divine emperor in less than 100 years? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the various realms of gods? Yi Beiyuan's heart trembled. He could not calm down for a long time. A lesser divine emperor less than 3,000 years old? Is he really 3,000 years old? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's cultivation progress in the past few decades, Yi Beiyuan could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's age might not be real. He might be even younger. After all, there is a divine pill that can hide one's bone age. Outside the Chunyang School's encampment, in a spacious area, in the void, 2 beautiful figures stood there, one in front and one behind. If one looked carefully, one would see that not far behind them in the sky, there was a tall and sturdy figure standing there, looking left and right from time to time. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He even looked a little honest. However, he gave off the feeling of an iron tower, as if he was unshakable. In front of him, there were 2 beautiful figures, one in front and one behind. The person in front was a young girl. The person behind her was a beautiful woman. At this time, the young girl was looking in the direction of the Chunyang School reluctantly. Young miss, we should go, the beautiful woman said softly to the young girl. Aunt Xin, I want to see where my brother is now. As the young girl spoke, she approached the encampment of the Chunyang School. Young miss, we can't go any further. The people of the Chunyang School will find out. Seeing this, the beautiful woman frowned slightly, but she still followed her. Almost as soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, a powerful aura swept out from the encampment of the Chunyang School. A moment later, a figure seemed to appear from the void in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the young girl and the beautiful woman. Who are you? Why are you spying on the Chunyang School? The person who came was an old man with an identity token of Elder Lingxiu hanging from his waist. He was frowning and staring at the two girls in front of him. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and directly scanned the two girls. However, just as his divine sense was about to touch the two girls, before it could touch them, it directly collapsed, as if it was crushed by an invisible force. "How dare you?" A booming voice could be heard all of a sudden, like a clap of thunder. The next moment, the burly middle-aged man standing in the void behind them flashed and appeared in front of the young girl like a ghost, protecting her behind him. An emperor god? The face of Elder Lingshu of the Chunyang school, whose divine sense had been shattered, instantly turned pale. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, his face was full of fear. There was a sincere fear in his eyes. He was just a high-level divine emperor. An emperor god could kill him like a dog. Without any hesitation, Elder Lingshu immediately sent a message back to the Chunyang school, directly to the person in charge of patrolling the sect among the decision-makers of the Chunyang school, an Elder Jingshu of the Chunyang school. An emperor god is spying on the Chunyang school outside? And this Elder Jingshu, after receiving the message, immediately flew out of the encampment of the Chunyang school. In just 2 breaths, he had already appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school. "Greetings, Uncle Master." As soon as this Elder Jingshu appeared, Elder Lingshu hurriedly bowed to salute. Elder Jingshu nodded slightly, then looked directly at the burly middle-aged man standing in the void not far away. He frowned slightly and said, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do by spying on the Chunyang school?" He also heard what had happened just now from Elder Lingshu. In general, Elder Lingshu's divine sense exploration was a little presumptuous. The other 3 people just appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school, looking in the direction of the encampment of the Chunyang school, and in fact, they could not see anything. Their divine senses did not extend over there. Because of this, he was more polite now. "What? You Chunyang school people are so overbearing that you don't allow others to breathe here?" The beautiful woman stepped forward and said indifferently. Chapter 39:53. Breathe. When Elder Jing Su heard the beautiful woman's words, he was stunned at first and then shook his head. "Miss, if you were me and stood in my position, would you believe what you said?" The beautiful woman heard this and said lightly, "In short, we don't intend to enter the Chunyang school's encampment area, nor do we intend to do anything to the Chunyang school. Moreover, is your Chunyang school afraid of us 3? As she spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm in the beautiful woman's tone. Elder Jing Su glanced deeply at the beautiful woman when he heard this, and then he glanced fearfully at the robust middle-aged man who was staring at him with an indifferent expression. He felt threatened by the robust middle-aged man. The other party stared at him, giving him a feeling of being stared at by a beast. It seemed that as long as he dared to make the first move, this beast would rush up and tear him apart without hesitation. "Elder." At this time, the girl who had been silent spoke. When she moved out, the burly middle-aged man also flashed behind her, guarding her like a guard. The beautiful woman also came behind the girl at this time and stood side by side with the burly middle-aged man. Of course, instead of standing side by side, it was better to say that her head and the burly middle-aged man's shoulder were standing side by side. At this time, the 2 elders of the Chunyang school naturally saw that the girl was the leader of the 3 people in front of them. "We have no malice toward the Chunyang school." The girl's voice was soft, like a spring breeze. "If we have disturbed you before, I would like to apologize to you. We'll leave now." As her voice fell, the girl glanced reluctantly in the direction of the Chunyang school's encampment behind the 2 elders of the Chunyang school, sighed softly, and immediately turned to leave. The burly middle-aged man and the beautiful woman also left. The burly middle-aged man was the last to follow. Before he followed, he glanced at Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school. Although his eyes were calm, they made Elder Jing Su feel a certain amount of pressure. This person is definitely not an ordinary inferior divine emperor. His heart trembled. He might not even be a lower god emperor. In the entire Chunyang school, he had only felt this kind of feeling from a few god emperors and a lower god emperor from Chunyang school. The lower god emperor of their Chunyang school was the publicly acknowledged number 1 person below the middle god emperor, the son of the Yun Feng bloodline's ancestor, Zhun Pingfan. After watching the three people leave, Elder Lingshu couldn't help but look at Elder Jingshu and ask, "Granduncle, who do you think they are?" "That girl seems to be staring in the direction of our Chunyang school. I noticed her a long time ago. If she hadn't approached our Chunyang school, I wouldn't have shown up to intercept and warn her." When Elder Ling Su reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing with a bitter smile. "I originally intended to use my divine consciousness to investigate the young lady and the beautiful lady behind her. I never expected that divine emperor expert to make a move and directly destroy my divine consciousness." Hearing Elder Lingshu's words, Elder Jingshu shook her head gently. "I don't know either. However, at least I can be sure that they don't have any malicious intentions." "Well, you continue patrolling. I'll go back first." As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Jingshu left. On the other side, not long after the young lady left Chunyang school with the beautiful lady and the burly middle-aged man, the young lady looked at the beautiful lady and said, "Aunt Xian, I don't want to fly anymore. Take out the spaceship." "Yes." Mississippi. Hearing this, the beautiful lady looked at the young lady with a doting smile and then took out a spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, the young lady and the beautiful lady sat cross-legged on the side, while the burly middle-aged man stood near the bow of the spaceship and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. "Miss, you don't have to worry." The beautiful lady smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ling Tian will be fine." "I know." The young lady nodded gently. "I just miss my brother. However, my brother has gone to Chunyang school now. It won't be long before I can see him again. Now, he doesn't know me. The next time we meet, he will definitely know me." As the young lady spoke, a smile finally appeared on her face. "That's natural." The beautiful lady nodded. "I'm really looking forward to it." The young lady's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. "At that time, my brother will no longer look at me like I'm a stranger." Chunyang School, Zhengming Island. The news about Duan Lingtian successfully passing the True Martial Disciple assessment and becoming a new True Martial Disciple, as well as receiving preferential treatment from the sect and being given a lot of resources, spread throughout Chunyang School and also to Zhengming Island. That Duan Lingtian has just entered the sect and received so many resources that I've been dreaming of? After Lan Shilin heard the news, his face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. "I'm going to find my great-grandfather." Taking a deep breath, Lan Shilin suppressed the flames of jealousy in his heart with great difficulty. Then, he flew out and headed toward his great-grandfather, who was also the patriarch of the righteous lineage, where he cultivated. Behind him, Elder Lingshu Lu Hui shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, he did not say much and silently followed behind Lan Shilin. If he had followed Lan Shilin in the beginning, he would have said a few words to Lan Shilin and analyzed this matter for him. However, now that he had followed Lan Shilin for many years, he knew what kind of temper Lan Shilin had. Apart from the Grandmaster, he would not listen to anyone else. Not long after, Lu Hui followed Lan Shilin to meet the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming did not look like an old man. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a medium build and wore a light blue robe. He was handsome and had a long beard on his chin. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man. "Grandmaster." Lu Hui took the lead and bowed respectfully to Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming nodded and smiled at Lu Hui. "Lu Hui, has your cultivation been going well recently?" "It's been going well." Lu Hui responded respectfully. Lan Zhengming nodded. "This kid Shilin has troubled you." "Grandmaster, it's what I should do," Lu Hui hurriedly said. Lan Zhengming nodded again. At the same time, he looked at Lan Shilin with a smile on his face. "Shilin, you came to see your great-grandfather in such a hurry. Did something happen?" "Great-grandfather?" Lan Shilin was still suppressing his emotions at first. Now that he heard Lan Zhengming's words, he immediately exploded. "Why? That Duan Lingtian has just entered the sect. What right does he have to receive the sect's resources? If those resources were given to me, I would have the confidence to raise my strength to the next level before the 7 prefectures banquet," Lan Shilin said in a low voice. "I heard that this decision was unanimously passed by the decision-makers in a meeting. Even our righteous lineage's Grandmaster and Grandmaster in the decision-makers have agreed to this decision. Why? The current Lan Shalin was completely consumed by his jealousy. His expression was gloomy and ugly. However, in the face of Lan Shalin's loss of composure, Lan Jingming remained indifferent. He maintained a faint smile on his face until Lan Shalin stopped talking. Then, he slowly asked, "Are you done? Great-grandfather, don't you think it's unfair?" Lan Shalin asked with a frown. Now, he could see that his great-grandfather obviously knew about this matter. However, he did not seem to find it inappropriate at all. What about his great-grandfather who doted on him the most? Unfair? How is it unfair? Lan Zhengming still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Lan Shalin with interest and asked. Lan Shalin was already in a bad mood when he saw that his great-grandfather did not stand up for him. Now that he heard this, he was instantly furious. He's just a newcomer. What right does he have to receive such treatment? He's a lower divine emperor. I'm also a lower divine emperor. He's a true martial disciple. I'm also a true martial disciple. Why? Lan Shalin asked in a deep voice. Lan Jingming, on the other hand, was not angered by Lan Shalin's overbearing attitude. Instead, he calmly said, Duan Ling Tian, less than 3,000 years old, from a Devata realm. The first time he appeared was in the mountains east of the East Ridge Prefecture. After that, he went to Heavenly Wind City several times and entered the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog Sect, a divine emperor-level sect under the Tianlong clan. At that time, he was not even a god king. Now, it's less than 100 years since he became a god king. In less than 100 years, from a god to a lower divine emperor. Do you think you can do it? Lan Zhengming looked at Lan Shalin and asked with a smile, less than 100 years? Lan Shalin's expression changed when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. How's that possible? Even the prodigies of those powerful godly venerable level sects wouldn't have such a cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian is just a nobody from a Devata realm. How could he do that? Moreover, he's almost 3,000 years old now. In other words, he was just an ordinary god 100 years ago. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time, right? Lan Jiming nodded in relief when he heard Lan Shalin's words. At least his great-grandson was not blinded by jealousy. He was still rational. Of course, it's impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. Even the prodigies of those godly venerable level sects can improve so much because their parents are godly venerable level powerhouses. Their bloodline is powerful and their innate talent is great. As for Duan Lingtian, he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, he doesn't have the bloodline of a native of a realm of gods. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much. Unless it's an ultimate powerhouse who's good at alchemy and whose alchemy skills have reached a certain level and left him with a large number of ultimate divine pills, it's impossible for him to improve so quickly. Of course, the prerequisite is that his talent is not weak. Chapter 3954. The inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement. Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shalin's eyes widened. Greed gleamed in his eyes as he asked, Great-grandfather, do you mean Duan Lingtian obtained the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement? It's just a possibility. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. Apart from that, there are other possibilities. It's just that I can't think of any. The world is so big. There are many things that I don't know about. Duan Lingtian was able to achieve such a shocking feat in just 100 years. This means he's a person with great luck. At the same time, his innate talent and comprehension are not weak. Putting everything else aside, just the energy of the law that he has mastered is stronger than yours. When Lan Zhengming reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Lan Shalin and said, not only is his cultivation base comparable to yours, but the energy of the law that he has mastered is also stronger than yours. Although you're already a medium divine emperor, if you really fight him, you might not be able to defeat him. Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shilin was displeased. Great-grandfather, you're underestimating me. Although I've just become a medium divine emperor not long ago, I think my strength is much stronger than ordinary medium divine emperors. It's easy for me to kill 1 or 2 ordinary medium divine emperors. I've seen the scryer recordings of Duan Ling Tian killing 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. If it were me, I could also kill those 2 people. Based on Lan Shilin's words, it was clear he was confident in his strength. I believe you. Lan Zhengming nodded. However, ask yourself, if it were you, would you be able to do it as cleanly as him? Although Duan Ling Tian is young, I can see the shadow of an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years from his attacks. He must have been a veteran when he was in the Devata realm. Lan Zhengming's words seemed to confirm this. Great-grandfather, it seems like we're going off topic. Lan Shilin frowned. How could he not see through his great-grandfather's words? It was just that he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lived a few thousand years longer than others? Not really. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. You came to me because you feel that Duan Ling Tian took the sect's resources and felt that it was unfair. I'm saying this mainly because I want you to see Duan Ling Tian clearly, and at the same time, recognize yourself clearly, but now, it seems that you still haven't seen it clearly. Or perhaps, you're unwilling to see it clearly. Celine, sometimes, being able to see through others and recognize yourself is a good thing, not a bad thing. Don't ruin yourself because of that laughable bit of pride. This time, Lan Zhengming's gaze sharpened as he spoke, and his tone became more solemn in an instant. When Lan Shilin heard this, he was no longer as overbearing as before. His entire being seemed to have become much more obedient in an instant. Yes, great-grandfather. Seeing Lan Shilin's reaction, Lan Zhengming sighed and said, this time, your few martial granduncles and martial granduncles who are in the decision-making level have sent me a message to discuss the matter of the sect spending a huge amount of resources on Duan Ling Tian. My opinion is to agree. Why? Lan Shilin had just found out about this matter and asked instinctively. However, he still suppressed his voice and did not overreact. It's an irresistible trend. In an instant, Lan Zhengming's eyes became deep and profound. It's because the 7 branches that have void-pierced stage-old ancestors, including the Cloud Peak, will support this decision. Under such circumstances, the other branches can only go with the flow. If anyone rejects this decision, they might be seen as not thinking for the sect. That person's intentions are punishable. When Lan Shilin spoke up to this point, he saw Lan Zhengming opening his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, Lan Zhengming did not allow him to speak as he continued. The innate talent and comprehension ability that Duan Ling Tian displayed was too shocking. Therefore, they've completely placed their hopes on Duan Ling Tian in the 7 Mansions banquet 50 years later. You should also know that, including you, even the few true martial disciples who are stronger than you have a slim chance of getting into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. However, Duan Ling Tian has a slim chance, and this slim chance depends on whether he can reach the Middle Divine Emperor realm within 50 years. Judging from his combat power as a low Divine Emperor, if he reaches the Middle Divine Emperor realm, he will definitely get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Lan Zhengming's gaze towards Lan Shilin was filled with affection. Lan Shilin, ask yourself, when you were a low Divine Emperor, could you withstand a full-powered attack from him? As soon as Lan Zhengming said this, Lan Shilin became silent. After a while, he said, Great-grandfather, Lan Shilin understands. Lan Shilin didn't consider this matter thoroughly and was blinded by jealousy. The current Lan Shilin looked like he was admitting his mistake. You, Lan Zhengming shook his head and sighed. It's also because I spoiled you too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel wrong because of this matter. When Lan Shilin lowered his head after hearing this, Lan Zhengming continued, I also heard that Duan Ling Tian went to look for you with my junior brother Zhen when he just arrived at Chunyang School. I hope that this matter will end here. Whether it's Duan Ling Tian or the 2 from the Heaven Illumination sect, you shouldn't act rashly. At this point, Lan Zhengming looked at Lu Hui, who was standing at the side, and said, Lu Hui, if he asks you to deal with Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect, reject him directly and inform me through a message. Yes, Grandmaster. Lu Hui hurriedly responded. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that from today onwards, he could no longer blindly listen to Lan Shilin on some matters. Great-grandfather, are you afraid of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Lan Shilin's arrogance seemed to have returned. He had accepted that Duan Lingtian had obtained those resources. But now, his great-grandfather actually asked him not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect? I'm not afraid. Lan Zhengming shook his head. It's a question of whether it's worth it or not. Now that Duan Lingtian has high hopes placed on him by the sect will definitely not allow anything to happen to him before the Seven-Mansion banquet. If you make a move on him at this time, no matter if you succeed or fail, as long as there are traces left behind and you didn't do a clean job, the sect won't let you go. By that time, the few Void-Pierce stage elders might want you dead. Do you think that your great-grandfather, a clear Void stage elder, can save you at that time? As soon as Lan Zhengming said that, Lan Shilin immediately fell silent. Also, Lan Zhengming continued, for people like Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert or had other heaven-shaking fortuitous encounters, all in all, he is a person with great luck. This kind of person, unless you can be sure that you will destroy him. Otherwise, as long as he has the slightest chance of survival and escapes from your hands, what awaits you will be his revenge after he rises to power. Lan Shilin, listen to your great-grandfather's advice. There is actually no conflict between you and him. There is no need to ruin yourself just because of a moment of anger. As Lan Zhengming spoke, his expression became more and more serious. Yes, great-grandfather. Although Lan Shilin was still a little unconvinced in his heart, he hurriedly agreed because he could see that this great-grandfather of his was serious now. This great-grandfather of his usually spoke to him softly. It was rare for him to be so serious. If you can let it go, having one more friend like him is better than having one more enemy like him. When Lan Zhengming said that, the gaze he used to look at Lan Shilin became much sharper, as if he could see through Lan Shilin's heart. Don't try to seize his fortune and luck. Some things are suitable for him, but not necessarily for you. Even if he has treasures in his hands, you won't be able to get anything even if you kill him after he destroys his own storage ring. Besides, you can't be sure if he has the confidence to do so. Don't think about taking such a risk. For Duan Lingtian, his days at Chunyang School were definitely the most relaxed and comfortable since he came to the mystic Handle Land in the Plains of Gods. Other than the large amount of resources that Chunyang School gave him, the son of the Yun Peak's ancestor, Jingshu Elder Jinping Fan, also told him that he could tell him if he needed anything. He said that if his father received him, the Yun Peak would do their best to satisfy his needs. Under such circumstances, no matter what Duan Lingtian wanted, the Yun Peak would cooperate and give it to him, unless it was something that the Yun Peak's bloodline could not obtain. In addition, if Duan Lingtian wanted to go out to refine pills, Jinping Fan would personally accompany him. Jinping Fan did not barge in to refine pills. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had tampered with the pill tribulation caused by refining 2 Pinnacle King-level divine pills at the same time to cover up the pill tribulation caused by refining 1 Pinnacle King-level divine pill, he would not discover anything. Just like that, the days passed. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base continued to improve. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian received a message from Qin Wuyang. The divine artifact master from Yun Peak that I mentioned to you earlier has returned. The materials required to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle have been prepared. I'll ask him to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle for you now. I've asked him, and he'll give you 3 space-piercing divine shuttles within a month. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Wuyang's message. He could finally return to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Naturally, it was his clone that returned. Although his clone could return to the Mystic Handle Land through the space-piercing divine shuttle, it might not necessarily return to the Mystic Handle Land. There were more than a dozen realms of gods. The probability of him returning to the Mystic Handle Land was not high. Moreover, he did not want to take the risk. Most importantly, it was enough for his clone to return. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.